Hello and welcome everyone to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. I cannot remember if I took caffeine pills yet, guys. I cannot remember. Shit! I think I did. Fucking can't remember shit anymore. Anyways, welcome ladies and gentlemen to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream once again. Hello Lulu, hello Ruman, hello Mud. Hello Vedant, hello Sama. Welcome guys. Let's play some Dota. Good plan, Lulu. Good plan. For those of you who do not know, we are going to be giving out 3 Ryzen 5 gaming computers with Vega 11 graphics. These are sick computers. It's even got a solid state drive. Samsung 970 EVO, 32 gigs of RAM. We ship to most countries, so stay tuned for how to enter the giveaway. We're going to be giving out our first computer on November 10th. Visit bluespan.gg/giveaway for more details. Free computer, guys. Want a free computer? I think you can play Dota 2 on high settings, so like 60 frames per second or something like that. Oh shit, Owie 2000 spamming the shit out of Coddle. You cannot do it over 2 or more days. Bot just reset. I see. All right, maybe we go back to the spreadsheet idea. So maybe we can do like a Google Docs. And you know, have like one column which is like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. And if someone says like I want to enter or put me in the draw, then we just put their name in the second column. You know what I mean? What do you think, Lulu? Hi, Franciscus. First game of the day, we play unranked. Thank you, Arca. Welcome back to you as well. Holy moly, rank number 1, quoi? It's okay, Lulu. You don't need to explain the details to me. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You said that seems like a lot of work. Are you implying that the spreadsheet is a lot of work, or what you were just explaining is a lot of work?
Hey,
Yo, Phonetic.
I think all of us can.
Yo, Nicholas.
Prepare for battle.
As foretold, it is
The spreadsheet's a lot of work.
bag.
Right.
I know I can trust you guys.
Sumel playing Slark. Well, whatever you think is better, Lulu, because I'm all out of ideas. This is a super high ranked game, Jesus. Wait, so Owie 2000 put a ward rate here. Oops, I alt tabbed. Don't worry, Nye. As long as you give the money to the rightful people. Ah, I'm playing me, of course.
Pay attention now. The battle started.
3 ironwood branches.
I know I can trust you guys.
Then people that won't be able to be on the stream on the 10th can still win. Yes. Yes, that's I really do want the giveaway to go over to be more than 1 day.
Nay, I say.
Hi, Ramat. I mean, it would be pretty fucking damn shame if, like, we do the giveaway and there's only like 100 viewers or some shit like that. And those 100 viewers, what if they were all just assholes? Yo, Brandon, how's it going, man? Doing the giveaway. Only assholes around. Collecting names and then using a random generator. So that is what I'm implying, Nicholas.
It strikes the perfect note.
Denied.
No.
Get off my lawn. Much obliged.
Day off, Brandon? You fed? Good job, buddy. Hey, Ramon, if you type in exclamation mark time, you'll see my current time. This game's going by too fast for me. You didn't know that you can delete your messages, Nye? Okay, boomer.
I'll take your
Dude, that line is great. I fucking love that shit. Hello, Rozzy. Hello, Disco. Oh shit, Sluck's dead. Oh shit, now he's dead too. Maybe we should start like memeing that, guys. Every time someone does something stupid. Actually, should we say that? I mean, sometimes there's like a 12-year-old who's just really dumb, and then we say, "Okay, boomer." Nah.
missing bottom.
But I do like that insult of saying "Okay, boomer."
Oh no.
Dude, our parents' generation, guys, they can be pretty damn cunty. Holy shit. Holy shit. Swing and a miss. Holy shit. So who is this Quap? She's rank 1.
Trust you guys.
Quap is Quinn? Oh, that's CCNC. Hey Nicholas, I believe you're a fucking millennial, bud. You and I are millennials. What generation Z was it?
Middle tower is under attack.
I don't think you're a boomer. Yeah, you're not a fucking boomer, man. You're not a boomer.
Radiant's middle tower is is under attack. Dyer's bottom tower.
Unless you want to be a boomer, in which case, okay, boomer. Hi, Ram Edward.
A gift from the night.
Dyer's middle
Oh,
tower's
okay.
in trouble.
So if you're not a boomer, then what are you triggered about? Did I just not get that reference?
Top tower's about to topple.
Hello, Sebastian. How's it going? What a sick arrow. Holy shit.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Guys, I think I'm feeling the caffeine, but I'm not quite sure. But I think I'm feeling it. What's the plan today, Sebastian? Besides watch my stream. Is this a tournament replay? No, this is just one of Aui's replays. So much shit going on.
With honor.
Radiant's middle tower's not feeling the love.
Holy shit, he saw him put down the ward. That ward's gone. I guarantee it. Getting upset about getting called a boomer? Oh, did anyone actually call Nicholas a boomer?
Ban their best hero. Wait, ain't that kind of cheap? Yeah, and the fact
Zeus is getting banned? No!
5 seconds left.
I think I wanted to play Zeus. Hello, Danny. Hello, Johan.
Okay, your pick now.
Johan.
You know what to do.
Hi, Heffies. Thanks, man. Zeus banned? Oh, fuck yeah. I'm gonna play Zeus, I think. We had a blast playing Zeus yesterday. Okay, Boomer Nicholas. Yeah, I think I, in fact, did take the caffeine pill. I think I feel it. I think I feel it. If you type in
Remember, the goal is to have
if you type in
fun.
at, and then you try to take snail poop,
This is where
you might see it. Oh shit! There's the techies. Ah. I hope they don't assume I'm going mid. Oh wait a minute, I might have to go mid with this lineup. Yeah, I might have to mid. I'd prefer not to mid, but could. Is this an unranked game? Well, if this was ranked, you can see the medals.
Your pick now. Meepo.
No, no, no.
Huh?
Shadow Fiend shits on Zeus. Shit. What year are millennials? Something like 1980s, low 80s to 2000 somethings. Yo, Lagger, how's it going, friend? Yo, by the way, I played in a Badden game yesterday. Did you watch it? Dun, 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 dun. Is it possible to ship the giveaway to PC to Saudi Arabia? It is. Do you live in Saudi Arabia? I thought everyone who lived in Saudi Arabia was rich. Isn't that true? Aren't you guys all rich? You don't identify as millennial? I don't give a fuck what you identify as. Hi, Roshan. You fell asleep yesterday, Legger? Come on, man. Stop sleeping. Jakiro mid? Friedrich. Yeah. I think I'm feeling the caffeine now. According to Google, millennials are from 1980 or sometimes considered mid-90s. Wait, what? Not a general consensus?
Prepare for battle!
Just called mid versus Shadow Fiend?
Yes.
Shakira, you can mid if you want, man.
Onward.
Shadow Fiend gonna get all the denies.
To battle. Your prayer answered. Forward. I ordain it.
Where's Lightstealer going? What? Whoa, 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 whoa. What the fuck?
30 seconds to battle.
What the
Feel free to start
fuck?
killing before that.
Alright, Boomer.
Hot stickers.
The fuck are you doing? Fucking boomers! See you later, Nicholas.
Sound.
Just play your game.
Prayer answered.
Oh god.
Ordain it.
We fucking lost.
Battle's starting.
I pretty much guarantee it.
You got a job to do.
Let's make
Yo,
this
what?
a
Oh
battle
god.
worthy of my name.
Oh, good thing I don't lose MMR, but still. You guys seeing this shit? Do you see? Do you see? Lightstealer's build?
Position of power.
Who? Who does that? Like, Stout Shield, hello? Regen, hello? Oh, God. How did, oh, what? Oh, God. We fucking lost, guaranteed. Maybe he wants to rush Diffuser? Okay. I mean... Alright.
Yes. God giving you beating.
Yo, he's gonna suicide on you. God, man. Oh, can't even get a single last hit.
Reach for the sky. I ordain it. Let me contribute. A position of power. Attack.
Oh, we fucking lost. We fucking lost. We fucking lost.
Heaven help you. Enough is as good as a feast. To battle. Sound advice. God help.
I don't even have any more regen because I thought I was gonna be like a roaming forward type Zeus, but here we are.
Sound advice. A position of power.
Ah, bitch! You thought that you could jump at me and just fucking explode my face?
Beware.
Ain't nobody gonna let that happen. Ah, shit. I have no regen. What do? Give me your fucking regen. Oh, shit. Thanks, man. Alright, there we go. Boop. Yeah, so just FYI, Zeus's lightning bolt, it has a mini stun.
You wish you were never spawned. Very good.
Dude, we're gonna go Midas, man. We're doing it.
Onward. Your prayer answered.
Oh shit.
A position of power. God help you now.
Killing spree!
Oh shit. Thanks, man.
Sound advice.
Good thing I'm just too sexy at this game.
Onward.
I'm too sexy.
Very good.
Alright, oh god, I should have used the courier there, man. I need regen.
Beware. I ordain
Fucking hell, are you serious?
the heavens see. Very good. Appearance.
There's Techies. Techies gonna kill us. Alright there, Boomer.
Your prayer answered. Yes. Onward. Go for my master. I obey.
Okay.
To battle. By my wisdom.
Zeus safe? Oh, god, what? Are you serious?
Sound advice. Forward.
What? If we win this game, this is gonna be ridiculous. Sekiro, do you don't? Never mind. I hope he wasn't coming over here for that.
Yes.
Man. Fuck it, Techies.
To battle. Your prayer answered.
Thanks, man.
Sound advice. Utterly denied.
Oh shit.
Very
Oh
good.
fuck that.
Forward.
Hope I can not kill myself just trying to buy
I
items.
ordain it. Sound advice. Oh, tragic day.
Andrew Johnson, did you see Lifestealer's first starting item? He had Robe of the Magi. That was his first item. Just Robe of the Magi at minute 0. Just Robe of the Magi. That's it. How's this guy level 6 already? What the fuck? Oh my goodness. The fuck? Like, what? Did he read a tome before minute 10? What the fuck? Did they get that much experience from me?
Your prayer answered.
Your middle tower's under attack.
I can't click on that creep.
Onward. A position of power.
Jesus. Jesus.
Forward.
Hello, Glenn. Welcome back, bud.
Very good.
All right, Boomer. Five-minute minus GG. Is he talking about me? I think he is talking about me. I actually, did I get another 5 minutes? I don't even remember.
Divine invasion. By Zeus. I ordain. To battle.
Don't duel me, bro. Don't duel me, bro. Don't do it. I'm gonna die. Wow. I hate techies. Hi, Connie.
Denied.
Hi, Silvio. Oh god. Oh god.
Divine intervention.
Killing
Oh
spree.
god. Oh god.
Very good.
He's level 7. Like what? Like we were kicking his ass in lane, and now he's level 7. And he was level 6 when I was level 4. How? How?
God giveth you peace. Attack. Beware.
You want to lose?
God help you now.
Seki 6 yet? No.
A position of power. Even I like it. Awful.
You're fucking dead, bro. Am I dead too? No. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Advice.
Oh, he's doing it. I'm dead. You know what? I kind of got debated by his ultimate. Oh shit. Oh. So what does Lifestealer have now? Oh, why do you... Oh.
The wait is over.
I don't even know what to say.
Bottom tower is under attack. Get up. Get up.
I don't know what
there.
to say.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. Dire structures are fortified.
Oh, now you want to play safe lane carry? Okay, man. All right, Boomer.
Very good. Yes. I will take your prayer answered.
God damn it, dude. I don't know what I don't know who to kill.
Out of power. Yes.
All right, that was dead.
Sound.
So Zeus is really good late game, Chris.
A position
Your
of power.
top tower is under attack. Gain and defend that sucker.
Laggy, sorry. Laggy, it was laggy, so you bought Oblivion Staff?
Very good.
Oh, sorry. Bought the wrong item.
4.
Oh man, I don't know. I feel hopeless this game.
Tower is under attack.
And I think I'm just fucking dead right about now.
Double kill.
Who is this guy and why does he suck so much dick and how is he in my game?
Your bottom tower
Level
is under
2?
attack.
In my fucking
You and
game?
A couple of friends could probably stop that. You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Yeah, maybe someone told him just try it. Oblivion Staff, first item on Lifestealer. Just try it.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
Just try it.
Your bottom tower just took a dirt.
You're gonna be fine, bud. You're gonna be fine. Don't even have to use my ultimate.
Sound advice.
Just try it.
Welcome back to the war. Is it everything you remember?
A position of power.
Why is Oblivion Staff good on Lifestealer as first item? Just try it, bro. It's a meme from our stream.
God give it to me. Very good.
Ah, shit!
I order
Ah, shit!
sound.
He's got a raindrop now.
Your prayer answered.
Yo, Charo! Okay.
4.
Oh man, that missed, dude.
I ordain it.
Oh look, he's back! Hey! Second item, brown boots.
Yes.
I don't even know what to say.
A pivot.
We lost, dude. I just think we just run down mid and feed. Like honestly, I feel like playing this game is just stalling it and, you know, making this game last like 20 minutes too long when it could be 20 minutes less long.
A position of power.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Very good.
Fuck this game. I don't even care. Look at Lifestealer's items. Yeah. 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 You want to scale as we're right clicking carry, man?
Your bottom tower is under attack. Look at that. Your middle tower just got denied.
God.
It ain't over till the last building falls. So fight.
Like, why not Quelling Blade or Stout Shield? How? Sorry, super lag. Laggy brain. Okay, Boomer.
To battle.
I love that insult. Maybe he is a boomer, guys.
Sound advice.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I'll connect.
Power.
Oh god, oh god! I do not want to play this game anymore at all. This is like the dumbest game I've ever played on this account this year. I agree, Kathan. Forget the PMA. This game's donezo.
Give it to the world.
How can we win a game like this?
Me. Your prayer answered.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Onward.
Thanks, Deviants. Hi, Hussein. Why? Why would you ult? I mean, what would you achieve ulting? Okay.
Yes.
Sometimes things don't be like it should, but it do.
Sound advice. Four.
How can you creatively grief the Lifestealer?
A position of power.
I mean, we could build 4
You
staffs.
better poof on over to your bottom tower.
I ordain it.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
For God's sake.
Your
Divine.
bottom tower is under attack.
You know what? I'm actually really curious. What kind of monkey business he's gonna be up to next?
To battle. I'm not ready.
Does it make sense for me
Very
to
good.
wait for it? Ah, whatever.
That beware.
Hello, Anik. Hello, Constantine.
Your prayer answered. Onward.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Yes.
What do you mean your bottom tower's gone? The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Forward.
First item echo. No, it's like it's his second game in Dota 2.
Welcome to the secret shop.
Wait, maybe they changed the algorithm, guys. Alright, so I'm an immortal player. What metal are you guys? Maybe let's Lifesteal is just straight up. Yeah, 1k. Rock, maybe he's 1k. That would make a lot of sense. Unprotected zone? What does that even mean?
Bounty.
The top tower needs some help.
I ordain it. Reach for the sky.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Shadow, the Spirit Breaker got 1,000 gold, really? No, Shadow Fiend's name is 1, and he got 469 gold.
God help you now.
Shadow Fiend's dead. He's in a party or something?
Your top tower has been denied.
Fuck, I pressed my ultimate too late.
Invade. Forward.
My favorite customer.
Bye-bye, mister. Attack. Very
Oh shit. So the moment Shadow Fiend came in, I wonder if there was anything that I could have possibly done to survive. What do you guys think? What was my options there? Or was I just dead the moment he TP'd in? Yeah, I was like right here. I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know if there's any possible direction or anything. Oh, look, he's got
Your
He's got an
top
Echo Saber
tower is
now.
under attack.
This guy's got to be Herald or some shit.
Something.
A new age dawns.
I hope there's no bombs here.
Your prayer answered.
Oh my god.
A position of power.
I'm scared. There's a Shadow Fiend to my left.
Battle.
Ah! Oh fuck.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let
Yeah, I
him
think
do
it's
that.
basically dead up here, guys.
Your top tower needs some help.
Maybe he's an AI bot Volvo put into to make up for the declining player base.
It'd be pretty mad at you. Middle tower has fallen.
There you go.
Why do I get the feeling you ain't taking this seriously?
Yeah, I think they just let it end. Okay. Bitch!
This is one of the things. Top tower needs some help.
At least I deigned to know. I obey.
Killing spree.
Triple kill.
Triple kill. Your
End.
top tower-
You will never spawn.
Now we're, oh shit.
Position of power.
We're probably just stalling the game. Guy sucks too much dick.
Your prayer answered. To battle.
Oh, scary. Scary.
It's not time. To battle.
So this Jakiro, like he's bought lots of wards. Wait, what? He's going Yasha next?
Yes.
Okay.
A position of power.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Onward.
Holy shit, Celsie's got those items.
Sound advice.
Holy shit, there's a jar over here. Look, there's our friendly neighborhood lifestealer.
Your prayer answered. Very good.
Oh my god. Why even? He's gotta be Harold, dude. How did Harold get in my game?
Heaven help you.
I will purchase Armlet and Mordigian.
Very good.
Yeah.
Forward.
Your top tower is under attack.
Sound advice.
God, I don't want to play this game.
Top tower is under attack.
Prayer answered.
We're gonna report him? Like, I don't think he deserves to be reported. If he's actually just straight up new at the game.
Onward. I obey it. A position of power.
Like, do we just blame the algorithm?
To battle.
Maybe someone's playing in this guy's account. He's level 2. His Dota 2 level is level 2.
Onward. A position of power. Your prayer answered.
The top tower needs some help.
Undivided.
Killing spree.
Somebody's dead? Oh, it's the lifestealer. Surprise. What the fuck? Stuff?
To battle.
Okay.
Lucky scepter. To know the touch of a god. Very good. A position of power. Sound advice.
Surprise, motherfucker! That guy's dead.
Your prayer
Nice try.
I think this guy is also dead. Yep, he's dead.
Dominate!
yes, I am.
Oh shit, I'm dead.
I ordain yes,
I'm not dead. Oh, that felt great.
I'm not ready.
Your middle tower is under attack!
What if I can kill techies from this distance?
Very good.
Report Zykes. Zykes. Zykes!
To battle.
I hope Spearbreaker is scaling into right click and carry. Okay, he is. Good, good, good.
A position of power.
Nimbus is ready. You blocked the camp, you fuck!
And
How am I supposed to Midas?
onward. I ordain it.
Ugh.
God taketh away. Sound advice.
You know what? I need to farm.
Ordain it.
Did he just call me a bitch? Oh, that's it. That's it.
Onward. Sound advice. God help you now.
Where's Shadow Queen? You're gonna jump on me.
Very good. Your prayer and
Goodbye, EA. Okay.
Killing spree!
Zeus power! Dude, I'm level 23.
give little faith.
We're gonna get these boots travel now. Where is he? I gotta ping him. Leggy again. Yeah, leggy brain, right? Leggy brain?
Better be something important going on.
Oh, my brain's lagging, guys.
And his name is John
My brain's lagging.
Reach for the sky.
Laggy brain game?
Very good.
Oh, there's a dazzle in this game.
A position of power.
Spearbreaker. Did he carry build? Oh fuck! The Spearbreaker got stopped. Help me! Don't let me die.
Onward.
I'm dead. I'm actually dead. Well, at least LC didn't get dual damage. What? When was the last time we saw Dazzle? Yo, Devraj. Hi, Henry. Henry, we could do an Arc Warden double Midas game if you want. Why? Why even bother? Kaya for 8% more damage. Is it worth it? I don't know. What do we just go straight out refresher? Maybe that's better. We can win team fights with refresher. But it's 5,000 gold versus 2,000 from Kaya though. Yeah.
I ordain it. Forward. To battle. To battle. Sound advice.
Oh, I found him.
I ordain it.
Fucking techies. Oh, you know what I should have done to Dazzle, guys? I should have just TP'd out, now that I think about it. Ugh. He can't stop it. Yeah, he has nothing to stop
Beware.
TP. Or did I even have it on cooldown? Huh.
Your prayer answered. A position of power. Forward.
Oh man, what a sick combo.
Very good. Of pickles. Yes.
My TP wasn't on cooldown? Oh, okay. Is that the real one?
Forward.
Jesus.
To battle.
Oh man. Bye, Shakira.
Very good. I'm not ready. I ordain it. Sound. Your
Oh,
prayer
God.
answered. Forward. To battle.
I think we buy Refresher, guys. It's probably got the most game impact out of all the items I could possibly buy. Although it is 5,000 gold.
Sound advice. Position of power.
Oh, I'm almost 25. Zeus's 25 is so powerful.
I ordain it.
There we go.
See closer now. Very good. Your prayer answered. Forward. Your prayer answered.
Oh shit! Whew!
Yes. Sound
Dear
advice.
diary, today I watched a bunch of Dumbos wander around doing nothing.
Very good.
He dead. Ah shit! Now you ping it? Oh! I hate techies so much. Fuck you, techies. Fucking piece of shit. Nowhere is fucking safe. Except Fountain. Guys, my score is 10, 10, 10. So this guy now has a belt of strength. I wonder what he's gonna buy. Dude, all this guy knows how to do is jungle. Yeah, I think he's legitimately new. And you know what? He's not partied with the AA, I'm pretty sure. Oh, you know what? These two, they went top together. The Spirit Breaker and the Life Stealer? I mean, yeah, those two went top together. So maybe they're partied.
I had best not make a habit of this. I ordain it.
Mega kill!
That's great that I can kill from such far distance. Great.
For God's sake. To battle.
Oh, there's a shark. There's a shark over here.
Yes.
Oh, he's got a skull basher. Oh shit, that guy's dead.
You wish you were never spawned.
So, okay, so this is his item build at 40 minutes.
Very good.
Oh shit, I'm scared.
I ordain it. Sound. Your prayer answered. It's not time. Onward. Let me sound advice.
693 more gold.
Onward. I ordain it.
Yo, man, you gotta get back. Alright. Alright, Boomer.
Your prayer answered.
The bottom tower is under attack. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny?
A position of power.
We
Oh,
need
mana,
to hold
dude.
The fortification.
It's not
The bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, mana. I can get mana real quick. Okay. We got a refresher. Now maybe we get Octarine. We've yet to build a single defensive
Tower is under
item,
attack.
so we just have to rely on superior positioning.
position of power. Your prayer answered. Forward.
What the?
They're
Oops.
trying to knock down your
Wrong
middle
button.
tower.
Nobody saw that.
I ordain it. Yes. It's not time. Very good.
Do I even have enough mana for everything? 450 plus 275, that's 725. Times 2, plus 375.
Yes.
How much mana is it? I think I have enough. Like, yeah, just about enough.
I'm not ready.
1450, 1450, 17, 1825, 1825.
Advice. A position of power.
Did he just cancel the charge? Huh. Oh shit, that guy's dead. Oh shit, that's unnecessary Win. We win. We're intervening?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You fucking little shit techies, you fucking shit. I'm gonna fucking get you.
Guy's putting up a barricade.
Ah, I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared.
Sound advice. Very good. It's not time yet.
Wait a minute.
A position of power.
Get gem, you say? I am a gem.
Forward.
I'm a walking gem.
Onward. Very good. Forward.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Kill Lifestealer if anything. Thanks.
Yes. A position of power.
Oh god.
Not yet.
Oh.
Sound advice.
Can Zeus right click that without dying? I don't know if I can.
Your
Oh.
prayer answered.
That guy's dead. JK. What the fucking damage, dude?
Double kill.
My normal range is in the range of explosion. Great. So Zeus cannot do anything about mines by himself. Wait, can't you actually use Quelling Blade on remote mines? Can you do that? Serious question. What if I just buy Quelling Blade? I think you can use Quelling Blade on one of the mines. It shouldn't be proximity mines because that would be too overpowered. So it should be remote mines. So if I just get Quelling Blade, I can counter techies completely by myself. Why aren't we pushing? Why is everyone jungling? Maybe Dragonlance can help? Hey man, you have a good point. We could also make that into Hurricane Pike. No, everyone's really high leveled, huh? Like, usually people don't hit 20, everyone doesn't hit 25 until like closer to 50 minutes, but yeah, everyone except for Lifestealer and AA are 25. We can do the 6 Dragonlance build from Reddit, guys. That'll make your towers hit at max range. I don't want to die.
Sound advice. I'm not ready. Very good.
Oh, this is the bait. We bait Lifestealer. Yes.
Position of power.
No, even a retard will slowly get items, huh? If you give him enough time. That's basically like any carry player in general.
Answer. I ordain it.
Killing spree.
He got a kill? Totally did not deserve that.
Yes.
Your bottom tower has fallen. Hey, your bottom barracks need help.
Your prayer answered.
That's his first kill?
Your bottom
No,
shrine
that's
is
actually his
under
third kill.
A position
Wow.
of power.
Why does anyone buy gem? What the? priority.
Bottom shrine is under attack.
Now take it away.
Bottom shrine is falling. Killing spree.
Yo, there's a mine there. Get the fuck away. Spirit Breaker, what are you doing? Playmail doesn't work on mines.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
I ordain it. Onward. Yes.
Okay. Oh, techies, you fucking little shit. Oh, what? Oh, no!
It's not
Oh, Spirit Breaker. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Fucking little bitch. You fucking die. Huh? Huh? Oh, kill him! I don't fucking care about you.
Your top tower is under
We actually lost. Ha 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 ha. Oh yeah, you're the guy who question marked me. Yeah? Question mark me?
Your top tower is under attack.
your prayer answered.
Care. What the? Oh shit. Yeah.
Very good. Onward.
Oh fuck, they're running down mid. What? Shit.
I ordain it.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Killing spree. Double.
You fucking shit! You fucking die! You fucking shit! You fucking shit! Fuck you! Fuck all y'all! Job, Spirit Breaker.
Sound advice.
I need to go with you, Spirit. I think they're actually cute together. Stun.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
Alright, what was your next item again? Sheep stick? The no survivability items build?
Onward.
I'm gonna push that one more wave, and then I will
Your prayer.
go mid.
It's not hard.
Okay. Let's go, cow.
Very good.
What the fuck is your problem? Oh, this is where I question mark him. Revenge is a bitch! Bitch!
Position of
Easy loss.
Dire structures are fortified.
What the fuck is this guy's problem?
sound advice.
Oh.
Enemy's middle tower just hit the dust.
To battle? Not yet. Very good.
Or Shadow Queen. Suckers.
Top tower needs
You got souls? Oh fuck, I'm scared now. Elsie's still alive, dude. I need to hide. I can't get initiated on by LC. I hope LC should initiate on this guy, but not me.
Hey, your bottom barracks need help. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Someone ought to build a barricade or something. I know a couple guys. Don't work cheap though.
Hey, Spirit Breaker deal with bottom.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
Onward. Sound.
Oh god, no! Oh, I got too impatient.
Killing spree. Double kill.
And now I get question marked by this fucking Dazzle. Can we hold for... How can we hold? Let's look at Spirit Breaker's items. He has 18 Spirit Vessel charges? Damn. Yeah, I might need Lincolns or some shit. Actually, does LC have like a Lincoln's popper? Okay. What are they even doing? Are they all just behind Shadow Fiend? I mean, this would be the easiest lane to push. Actually, you know what? Like, barracks, it doesn't matter so much at 1 hour. He doesn't have Lincoln's popper, so actually the item is in fact Lincoln's then.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks is falling.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure these guys are queued together. Yes, dual life stealer.
Bad news about your bottom.
Yes, I'm almost up.
Together, or else you're gonna die.
Sweet.
Got one less middle tower now, by the way.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, he kills shit so fast. I'm almost up, I'm almost up, I'm almost up. Wait.
Be mad at you. Tower's under attack.
Your prayer answered.
We can defend Vegas, no problem. No problem. Mega's no problem. No problem. Techie's problem. Mega's no problem. Techie's problem.
It's not time.
Oh no! Oh god.
Wonder what idiot got him killed.
Fucking Dazzle. Spirit Breaker, why you bring this trash into my game?
Tower is under attack. And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
Alright.
The top shrine has fallen.
A position of power. I ordain it.
Yeah, I should do something about this Midas. We can get the eggs thing.
Prayer answered.
Hello? I'm fucking Zeus?
I'm not ready. I ordain it.
also have dual breath.
Onward. To battle.
Yeah, I don't know, man. We should let this game end a long time ago.
Oh, my favorite.
Okay. Eggs. Blessing.
A position of
Okay,
power.
so now we are 7 slot.
Sound advice.
I mean, it would be great if I can fight now.
Beware. Very good.
Maybe we just get Sheepstick next, guys.
Yes.
Dragonlance?
For God's sake. Wait for it. Attack.
Where am I? Oh shit. Oh fuck. I just go in and die. Oh. The final battle. Unless Mega Creeps just take our base.
Free double kill.
Yeah, I shouldn't even have gone in. Oh, well. Stupid game. Stupid game. Hello, Srab. What a stupid game. But actually, the Spirit Breaker, he's good at this game. Like his decisions are generally really good. But his teammate sucks dick. And how did he let his teammate buy those items? You know what? I think he's probably just like, whatever, buy whatever you want. That's what I think. Okay, now let's see if the Spirit Breaker and the Lifestealer are cute together. I really think so. I really think so.
No.
He's the only one who didn't flame the Lifestealer. I got tricked into having hope. I did say from the very beginning. Adrian has commended you. I don't know if I enjoyed it or not. I played well. Okay. We're gonna be PMA about this. Wait a minute. The Lifestealer and... Wait, what? No one was partied? You're shitting me. No. Or is this just a bug? No one was partied? No. 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 I don't understand. Well, guys, I did almost 100,000 damage. 99,918. In solo games, there is no party anymore. Starting when, Gana? Pretty sure I had like parties in my game like yesterday or the day before yesterday. Hey guys, give me 1 minute. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. 1 minute. Right now I use an Intel CPU, but we're gonna switch over to Ryzen Threadripper probably later this month. We're gonna get either the 32 core or the 64 core CPU. So we're gonna render this. We're actually gonna render the stream in 4K, super high quality. Probably sometime real soon. Anyways, be right back. 1 minute, P. Okay, let's play some ranked games, guys. Thanks, Lulu. What the fuck, Techie's Divine? Yes. He has 250 damage talent. That was a really fast queue, huh? Jesus, I didn't even have time to talk to you guys. So, our chances of winning were like really high, even though Lifestealer started with Robe of the Magi. The dumbest item you could possibly fucking buy. Actually, is there anything dumber that you can buy? Better Call Saul.
Japan.
Fuck Techies.
5 seconds left.
Hold on.
Okay, your pick now. You know what
Yeah,
to do.
a hard support pick. Yeah, is there anything you can possibly buy that is dumber than Robe of the Magi? For under 600 gold or under? Like, I'm struggling to think about, yeah, what you could possibly buy that's dumber than the item, but I'm blanking out, guys. Can anyone think of something dumber than the Robe of the Magi on Lifestealer? Null Talisman? Even Null Talisman would be better. Because, like, you get... What do you get? Not only do you get the 6 Intelligence, which is the same thing as the Robe, you get 3 Spell Amp, 3 Agility, 3 Strength. I think that Lifestealer may have literally bought the dumbest possible item ever. What if you suck at Coddle?
10 seconds. 5 seconds left.
Oh, fuck, man, what do I play?
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Just cast W and R and you win. Spirit Breaker. Pick a stun, please. They have level rank 48? What the? Alright,
5 seconds left.
Well, fucking do it. Who this guy? Who this? Is he famous? This is TI level player, guys. TI level. You think Lifestealer partied with Zeus? Fuck you! Anyways, for those of you who do not know, we are going to be giving 3 Ryzen 5 gaming computers away.
Meepo. What? Huh?
Ryzen 5 3400G, Vega 11 graphics, 16 gigs of RAM,
Just do it.
Samsung 970 EVO solid state drive. And it's all in a super sexy small form factor build. 1.92 liters. That's like a 2-liter pop.
This is where you win or lose.
Check out more details at bluespan.gg/giveaway. You like them small? I know you do. You like things that are similar to you, right, Takuya? I knew it. Lulu, have you figured out how to do the entry yet? Does this ship to Bosnia? Yes. Hello, Vineet. So yellow is saying like, yeah, if you really want to win, just pick Huddle. Interesting.
Priestess. Leap forward.
Why did I get a tango?
Prepare for battle.
Actually, I'm gonna start bottom maybe. He's gonna have no sentries. No sentry.
We ride.
Hey Cassandra, we also ship to South Africa. Hi Antonio.
Forward, pet.
Lulu, is it possible to start the giveaway today? Today's Thursday, right?
Agreed.
Yeah. No one knows how to enter because there's no way to enter yet. Lulu's gonna handle it because
30 seconds to showtime.
oh, I kind of need to take a shit.
Of course. Yes. Diamond.
Oh!
As you will it.
The battle
Forward by
begins.
bounds. At last it's time.
Yoink.
Good idea.
So their best player is Queen of Pain,
To the battle.
who is med. Okay.
My thanks.
Since you command it,
Wonder if she's gonna use courier. Where's TA's ward? Oh, he put it right there. Oh, gonna snipe rank 48's fucking courier.
good idea.
Yo! Got your courier, fool!
My courier has been killed.
To the battle. Not on my watch. Forward by bounds. Leap forward. Forward, pet.
Taking a man.
Good idea.
Oh, dude, I can't help you.
Run like the dogs you are. Good idea.
Jesus. I'm dead, dude.
Once more into the breach. As you will it. Of course. Sanaba. Attack. Agreed. Death with honor.
Seriously? Carl got twice as much gold for killing me?
Again, we ride.
Oh, wait, no, it's the other way around. Oh, never mind. Oh, we're all good.
The last building falls. So fast.
We ride.
This game's so action-packed. Oh, shit.
As you will it. Toward victory.
My thanks.
Agreed. Cringe curve.
Fucking Cardle bullshit.
Forward hit.
I need some stacks in the jungle. This guy.
Alright.
On the prowl.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
70% chance to miss.
You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
On track. Since you command it. Good idea.
I really want to arrow, but
You get the bounty.
God damn it! I don't know what I should be doing. I'm actually fucking stuck here.
I'll take that as tribute.
This will do nicely.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again.
At least I'm alive. I feel dead inside though.
To the battle.
Alright, we have one leap. Huh! We did it! Oh, fuck. Oh god, I can't land like, can't position my abilities.
Good idea. Bad luck.
This guy's gonna go for the. It's level 6.
Forward by bounds.
Oh, Jesus.
He has it. Be careful, top.
On track.
Actually, bottom. Bottom.
Good idea.
Just get back, man. You want a shrine?
As you will it.
Oh. Okay.
To the
I
battle.
don't know, this lane's just kind of ass. Carlo's just a fucking bunch of bullshit.
We ride.
Ugh.
Good idea. On the prowl. I'm up.
Oh shit! Oh god damn it!
Are you not going to bed?
Oh, this lane is
He's
ass.
going bottom. Just get back. He's right here.
Yeah, fuck Coddle. You know what? Maybe we should just start spamming Coddle. Actually, tired of this shit.
It's time.
Oh my god. The Mortal players are too good.
Guy is putting up a barricade.
Leap forward.
The fuck?
Your tail and ride.
Jesus. Still down there, dude.
Agreed.
Oh my god, this is just a fucking monkey fest. TA, I see you. I'm here.
Since you command.
I should have leaped first. Fuck. I arrowed, then leap. I should have leaped and then arrowed. Today's not a good
To the
day.
battle.
This is fucking Treant anyways.
On track.
Big block.
Before my time.
Forward, pet.
How's LC doing? Looks like he's doing right. Oh god.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Hey, Quap's missing again. At the top now. Careful top.
Treant, don't fucking punch me, bro.
Yes.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Good idea.
I need to get back to base and be ready for these runes. Yeah, we need to do it right now.
Forward by bounds.
I think Atos is excellent this game. We don't have any really good setups for me.
As you will it.
Our best setup is like LC Duel or a really shitty Ice Path.
Montes.
Agreed. Since you command it.
Remember that?
Oh no, the rank 48's already here.
Hey, Quap has top rune.
Yeah, top bounty
On
rune.
the prowl.
Can we get this bug? He has no jump.
Level 8 Luna? God damn.
Forward.
I have a sentry.
Good idea.
Coddle's here.
Of course. We ride.
Your middle
Why do I have all
tower's
these
under
words?
attack.
Good
Rally
idea.
the troops and get over there!
Of course. Out of my way! Leap forward.
He's a rank 48. I'm scared, guys. I'm scared.
Yes.
I need to buy a TP scroll.
As you will it.
Oh
Agreed.
shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Forward by bounds.
Oh shit.
Since you command.
Double kill!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
On track.
Queen of Pates TP mid.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad. What, not your job or something?
There's someone down here. It's Treant, I think.
I'm not ready.
Maybe we can make plays with Moonlight. Maybe with LC Duel or something. Oh no, Treant's
Your
top.
mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
To the battle.
Your middle tower is under attack!
Invisibility.
Forward, pet.
I have Moonlight. Maybe we can do like a TA and
Good
an
idea.
LC combo or something.
We ride. We ride.
I think not.
To the battle.
Fuck you.
Oh, we can kill. We can kill. We can kill. Go, 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 go.
Yeah,
Do
come.
Yes.
Going ham on the ship. Oh my god. Rank 48. Oh fuck. Oh, I don't want to die to this leash, dude.
Bad, I'm out of mana.
Not enough.
Oh my god. Like 1 second on my wand.
Strange time to hibernate.
So did we even... Oh god, they came out on top, huh? Hello, Alex.
Killing spree.
Oh, they wiped us.
Triple kill.
You took that jape too far.
Alright. That was really bad.
Damn, he's level 12.
Leap to it.
Get up, get up, get out
As you
there.
will.
I need dust as well.
Needed stacks, like kind of
Better
behind.
puff on over to your bottom tower. This is one of the things in the bad column.
Good idea.
Top tower is under attack. Your top tower needs some help.
Whimper, dogs.
Maybe LC can duel and I can arrow.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Agreed. Of course.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Since you command it.
This will do nicely.
Your bottom tower is under
On the
attack.
prowl.
Take that as
Okay,
tribute.
no runes. No runes for them. I think tree ants are around here, like, looking at us.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
If we don't take
Good
towers,
idea.
this
Just
Forward
gonna
by
use.
bounds. Yes.
Oh man. Fucking tree armor.
Agreed.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Forward.
Your middle tower has
Oh,
fallen.
they see LC.
we lost the mid tower as well.
Leap forward.
Yep.
On the
If we
prowl.
just take a tower,
If your mid tower could talk, you'd be pretty mad at you. Dire structures are fortified.
if you chase the quad, they're just gonna. That's just space for them.
Good idea.
Your middle tower is under attack. Take it and defend that sucker.
Stop.
Around.
Okay. My Deso's on the ground.
Your
Jesus
middle
fucking
tower is under
Christ.
attack.
As you will.
Am I gonna... Dude, I need to eat this tango right now. I think. I need this tango. I need this tango! Ah! Ah! Oh!
No Trent ult.
Good idea.
Oh!
Your top tower is under attack.
So they have
Oh!
Since you command it.
I should have stacked.
Forward by bounds.
Outplayed rank 48. Hey!
Alright, I guess we have to just out farm them since we're not gonna push.
How do you push against tree ant puck?
Kinda bad.
All that AoE bullshit.
Oh, there better be something important going on. You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
Did we even kill Clop earlier? No, she got dueled down here. Then she came up top and then she wrecked us.
Ride. As you
boy.
will.
Oh, there's a word there, Jug.
Since you command it.
Well, time to stack.
Please do that. Good job.
Of course.
I wonder if I leap twice, can I... If I leap twice? Nah, I don't think I could stun. Even if I'm
You
leaping
gonna do
twice.
something about it or just sit there looking funny?
Forward, pet.
Your top tower is under attack.
Forward by bounds.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Like, we have to kill the tower in one push.
Your top tower has fallen.
On the prowl.
Wow. Okay. Okay, Boomer.
Star on track.
Yes. After I'm
the
not
battle.
silenced.
Wait.
Shadows take us.
Duel this co-op or any of them?
Agreed. Release Stop. Good idea.
Who did we kill? We didn't even kill Quab?
Talk about that.
Wow, man!
Mega kill!
These guys are so good. These guys are too good. Can't believe we didn't kill Quab.
We don't really have.
What is this?
Your bottom tower is under
Good
attack.
idea. The prize
Kind of
is
just
mine.
giving up towers.
Radiant
We
called in the
ride.
fortification.
Hey, we got a kill. I got us 2 runes, so I got that going for me.
Forward by bound.
Your bottom tower has been denied.
Yeah, this Chikiro, he wards. Yeah, he wards well.
As you will it.
What the? Ignore that.
This one's mine.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Please
Good
no.
idea. Forward, pet.
Better call Saul.
I'm under attack. Good idea.
Oh, I think that Elsie's dead. It's probably dead.
Don't go. Can't save. Don't go.
To the battle.
Yeah, Mantis style.
On time, Homer. Stars! Such strength shall be ours. Evil curs! Allies disappear. Fair warning, your death has arrived.
Should I TP top? Nope.
Leap forward.
Hey, Jakiro, I think you have to leave.
On the prowl.
They just they're reacting everywhere, but we're not pushing.
Star!
Yeah, that's classic. When you die, you just ping other lanes.
Coddle, dude.
Yes.
And they find our.
Yeah, I think we fucking lost.
Of course. An easy shot.
Probably smoke and kill one of them. I don't know.
Attack.
We're just not killing towers, and the fucking little niggers just heal.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
To the battle.
Cores are gonna
what?
outfarm us big.
As you will it.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Stop. Bring down. This girl's interest. Sabin has been eyeing your mount all
We
day.
need to kill Quap.
On the prowl. Yes.
Juggernaut!
We ride. Forward.
Top tower.
How? I thought you can't use phase shift during the route. Where did they change that?
Can't go.
Quapus Lincolns.
Forward by bounds.
This guy's a butterfly.
Leap forward.
Is that the real Luna? No
Since you
way.
command it.
I know I can't go.
Good idea.
Invisibility.
Good idea.
Again, he popped his ult. Alright.
Many. Of course.
What is happening to my game?
Killing spree. Dominate. Double kill.
Okay.
Unstoppable.
Yeah, you know, I think it's actually just
If your
GG.
mid tower could talk, it'd be
Now they're gonna get all the
pretty
25-minute runes.
magic. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
That is terrible advice.
Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks to not fall. You're doing it. You better poof on over to your bottom tower. Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap. Your bottom barracks has fallen.
You're 7.2k? What's your username?
It's about your bottom barracks.
Forward by bounds. Good idea. Agreed. Stop!
Alright, somebody look him up on the leaderboards. Why would I max arrow? You get like an extra 80 damage per level?
Since you command.
80 damage?
Spoil that shot. On the prowl.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Of course.
Maybe we just let him end. I don't want to play this game anymore.
Kill!
Forward, pet.
My finest work.
We rise. Stop!
Dominate!
I'm under attack. On track.
Mega kill! Double kill! Unstoppable! Triple kill!
Max arrow makes it along even you're closer to the enemy?
To the battle.
What?
Your middle tower is under attack!
Is that actually how it works? I'm not sure I believe you.
You got one less middle tower now.
I get leap for the replenish time, man.
Not being there no more.
Stop!
We are
Oh,
not paying
shit.
attention to the rules.
Almost died.
Are
Refrigeration!
you in it?
Radiant structures are fortified. Gotta refrigeration! No!
Leap forward.
Gonna satanic on Luna? Okay, yeah, end the game, please. Actually, I would like to read the Miranda Wikipedia. See if these claims are true. GG, guys. That game was so demoralizing. Alright, let's see. Alright, so this guy says max arrow to make it longer even though you're closer to the enemy. I don't know anything about this. I don't remember reading any patch notes. Do you guys see anything? I don't see anything about that. It doesn't say anything about level. Oh yeah, we'll try it in a demo, right? All right. Just in case, you know, you're actually right. Because I wouldn't mind learning something new about Miranda.
We have arrived.
Okay, let's try this.
Prepare for battle!
Free spells. Okay, we'll do it from here, okay?
Forward,
This is level 1.
Yes.
Okay, remember that stun duration, okay guys?
Perfect.
Now we're gonna max it.
Yes.
Is that longer? I can't tell.
Perfect.
Can someone watch the replay and tell me it's different? Somebody rewind the replay and watch it. Okay, I'm just gonna do it again. I see a lot of different opinions, guys.
Our presence was requested.
Slight difference. Okay, we'll try it from a slightly longer different distance. Okay.
Prepare for battle!
Yes.
Okay, we'll try it from here.
Yes.
Is this guy just fucking with us?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm gonna count it. And 1 and 2 and 1 and 2. I mean, I'm just using my voice to count this, so I don't know if it's any different. Maybe I'm not counting correctly, but it seems the same to me. Shoot from distance, you will notice. I mean, the Wikipedia says it's the same. Yeah, I don't know if this guy even knows what he's talking about. I mean, I'm not gonna pretend like I know everything about Mirana,
Tonight we ride.
because sometimes things change and patch changes heroes, right? But I will say I have 600 games with this hero. I don't know, you guys tell me. The Wikipedia doesn't say anything about that. And usually Wikipedia, Dota 2 Wikipedia is really good. Oh, that last game was a fucking beating, dude. Wait a minute. He's a support player. Oh. Wait. But in the loading screen, in the hero picking screen, it showed his rank 48. But now it says rank 315. That's interesting.
Mirana and Sagan.
Anyways, the charge replenish time goes from 45 seconds to 30 seconds. That's huge for me. Woo! We have rank 26 and rank 100.
And their best
Damn,
hero.
like,
Wait,
holy, what the?
Kind of cheap. Yeah. And
I'm like the worst player in this game by far.
5 seconds left. Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
I never use all chat. This is a super high skilled game, guys. This is like TI level shit here, guys. TI level. No, you want to play Vengeful Spirit? No.
10 seconds.
I'm just gonna go ahead and assume that he doesn't actually want to play Vengeful Spirit and pick his hero. And if he wants to swap, he can swap. This is really exciting, isn't it? We have like, these are some of the best players in North America. Watch Bluespan feed on the watch tab, guys. Is this ranked? Are you kidding me? Do you see you can see the badges, man? Actually, I'm so curious how come some people don't even know like the difference between unranked games and ranked games. Unless they're just really, really new at this game. But anyways, in a ranked game, you can straight up see people's medals and ranks. Thank you, Naman. Unfortunately, I'm not really interested in playing party right now. Support Zeus. 10,662 matches. Holy shit! This guy's a Smurf! He only has 700 games. So we have Smurf. Oh, this guy, is he a Smurf? Wait a minute. His thingy is only level 55. Is this guy a Smurf? Rank 26 Smurf? Is Archigi? No, he's not. Oh shit, eye tracker's on. This guy's not a Smurf. What is this guy? No, he's not a Smurf, but he's just really cheap on his battle passes. What do you got, Lulu? Oops.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
I have this guy pre-muted. Okay, Lulu. Who's this guy? He made a survey. Amir, thanks for subscribing. Yeah, so we have one Smurf who is the Monkey King. So what if one user enters more than once? Wouldn't that just screw up the results? Rank 26 is Crit. Crit's playing Support Zeus. We will remove it later anyway. Yo, Ellie. Just playing some Dotes. Okay, so maybe we'll say use your exact user YouTube username in the survey or something like that. Oh, he came back. Fly to Moon and Chaos in my team. Cool. Yeah, I don't know who these people are, but they should be pretty fucking good at this game.
Let it. Victory assured. Strategically, this one's in the bag.
Oh, these couriers are confusing me.
This one's in the bag. Well, this'll work. This
Hi,
was over
Paritosh.
before- This was over before it started.
How do you participate in the giveaway? Ask Lulu Chan.
Faster.
I don't want to feed, but I'm playing Vengeful Spirit. Thanks, Athy. I try not to take any pressure.
Yes.
I like giving it though. Oh, I saw something. I saw something. Oh, I saw something. I think the Earth Shaker and the Ogre down here.
Showtime.
Catch us if
So
you
is Orange really
This'll
crit?
work.
He spends a lot of money on his battle passes, that's for sure. He says from the Ukraine. How are these crits usernames for the last little while? So Lulu, maybe you can make like a Nightbot, you know, like a giveaway command or something like that. You know what I mean? So people can enter. Thanks, James Berry. Is it this game? No, that's 28 minutes in. Is it this game? No. Is it...
Okay.
Hey Lulu, I'm not... I don't really care. I'm saying that I want like an exclamation mark giveaway command so that you don't have to explain it over and over and over, you know what I mean? I'm not asking for a timer necessarily. I'm just asking for a exclamation mark giveaway and then some instructions on how to enter it so that we don't have to talk about it all day.
I'm all for a little downtime. You feeling fresh?
Oh, Zeus is not here.
run like the dogs you are.
Swapsies.
You think it's crit? Do you have evidence? Hello, Pranuth. Anyways, we have super high ranks, guys, in this game, guys. Rank 100, rank 26, rank 36, rank 80, rank 76. I think they have the way better team, huh? Yeah, look, they're all Dar is like, they're basically all top 100, except for the last guy. He's top 200, but like 500, 100, 1000, 300.
If you win.
Oh fuck, I think he might be dead, dude. And Zeus is just gone.
This one's for all the marbles. Marbles were at all value.
The time
Oh shit! Oh,
has you
crit is back,
To
guys.
the war. Is it everything you remember?
very well.
Yeah, I think we're outmatched, guys, because everyone on Dar is like TI level, whereas like I'm just, yeah.
To battle. I fly.
Radiant's courier has
What
been
the fuck? Who snipes Courier?
Time has come. I am there. I am not. Feel my pain. As you wish. As you
Actually, I should have got my W instead. Fuck.
fly.
I have another stun. Who's cow, dude?
My sentiments precisely.
No, you don't. Oh, I feel better already.
At last.
First blood!
Okay. You know what that guy should do? He should max his arrow so that it stuns for longer.
Faster. If you insist.
Jesus, I don't want to die. I just fucking food this game, man.
With a vengeance.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Saka.
Unorthodox, but effective.
The time has come. Let my vengeance soar. Vengeance flies beside me. I am there.
Ugh.
Battle.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny?
Yeah, we got a kill.
If you insist.
Oh shit.
With a vengeance.
Good thing I have 5 armor. Wait, what? He blocked it with his body, huh? Oh fuck, I'm dead.
I am there.
Another put down.
I will not be stopped so easily.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Oh shit. Miranda might have 1 leap. Yeah, she's gonna have 1 leap. Fucking cunt.
As you others do nice
Yeah, get him, monkey. Get him.
death to you. Yes. To battle.
What? There's
Not
Slayer?
Dire structures are fortified.
Oh shit.
my sentiments precisely.
If your mid-tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Oh, there better be something important going on.
My spirit soars. Let my vengeance soar. If I must.
These creeps might have seen me, I don't know.
As you
Oh man, I don't want to die between these two. Oh my god, that stun is so good.
They should have run when they had that chance.
here again, am I? Vengeance flies beside me.
Who's top anyways?
The time has come.
Oh, I feel better already.
Faster.
4 LC versus 5 Bloodseeker.
Yes. Very well.
Well, I'm level 4 too. Huh.
Let my vengeance soar. I fly. Fly to it.
Oh, he's got rupture. Oh my god, they dewarded that. Man. Ah, fuck you, Ogre. So Ogre probably also had a ward though.
Time has come. If you insist. Four.
Coming.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Needle is missing. If I must.
Oh shit, there's an Ogre here.
Vengeance flies beside me. Battle. I am there.
10-minute runes. Okay, monkey.
My sentiments precisely.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I was meant to have this.
Your middle tower has fallen.
They smoked over here.
Gift from the goddess. Faster. Let my vengeance soar.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Battle. I fly. May the skies surrender to me. My soul is precise. The time has come.
They warded our jungle. Oh, this doesn't go high enough. What the? I thought I did.
Well, what did you expect?
Oh shit, this Elsie might need help. I'm here, Elsie.
Oh, I feel better already.
I'm scared. I think they're chasing me, mommy.
Tower's under attack.
No, no. Okay, they're not chasing me.
Well, this'll work.
If I must. I am there.
What the fuck? Oh my god. Hi, Young. How's it going, buddy?
If you insist.
You want to win a free computer? I'll send it to you.
Faster. As you wish. As you wish.
Here, ask me again later, okay? Hold on a second. Oh shit. I could have denied the observer ward. I could. I could also get myself killed.
Faster.
Dyer's doing that glowy thing. Nothing to do until that's done.
Oh my god. He's no ult.
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. You done good.
Very well.
Oh fuck, there's someone here. I don't need to go down there.
As you wish.
Oh, I feel better already.
Hey, Arca, your name entries are fine. If you put in double, she's gonna get rid of it. It's fine. There's nothing that needs to be done.
Vengeance flies beside me.
Fuck.
The time has come. If you will.
I am scared.
I'm not ready.
Oh, shit.
I fly.
I don't have TPs for shit.
Let my
Oh
vengeance
shit,
soar.
I won now.
To battle. You shall feel my
Blood rupture me.
My sentiments precisely.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are
I
fortified.
am there.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad. Rally the troops and get over there! What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
Let my vengeance soar. It's not time yet.
guy's putting up a barricade.
Very well.
Oh, I need to be mid right now. I'm late to this party, guys. I need to be mid. I'm late to this party.
Middle tower has fallen. Killing spree.
I am there.
Dominate. Double kill. The bottom tower is under attack. This is one of the things called in the fortification.
My sentiments precisely.
Shit.
Yes. If I must. I am not arguing. Forward. Faster. If you insist. The time has come. With a vengeance.
You want mango?
As you wish.
Okay.
Oh, can you just swap him, dude?
Ooh, your
Oh, is that what you want? Sorry.
Kinda bad. What, not your job or something?
He didn't really imply it, right? He just keep pinging. I don't know what he means. Uh-oh, OD's in a very hot spot.
Connect here.
You sure you want to do that? I'm scared. Okay. Oh, the ward. Oh, I don't know if they know that ward's there.
I am there. As you wish. Faster.
What the?
Gonna be pushing bot.
Am I dead, guys? I'm dead. Oh, and they got my ward.
Expected.
We are smart.
Well played.
Killing spree.
Very well.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. And over here we have not seeing them no more.
I'm dead.
Killing spree.
Goodbye, my friends.
Dominate.
Hey, I got 2 runes. Woo. Oh, whoa. Hey, stop.
Haste.
I think if position 5 dies for 2 runes, it's worth it. Worth.
I will not fall again.
Do we have urn?
Hey, welcome back.
Where's my wards? Okay. That guy dead? He looks pretty dead.
Can I swap it?
I could try. Nope. You're already dead, man.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. The enemy's top tower has fallen.
I could try and feed.
Don't show him. Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm making it so that it doesn't go into the tower so someone can farm it.
The dish best served with a vengeance.
Radiant structures are.
Are we defending this? I guess we are.
Mega kill.
Nice.
I think you just use Echo Slam, right?
I am not arguing. Let my vengeance soar. My sentiments precisely. Vengeance flies beside me. If you insist. Yes. If I must. Let my vengeance soar.
Gonna need to build Glimmer, guys. Yeah, we can go Glimmer next.
Faster. I am there.
Dire structures are fortified. Your top tower.
Hey Glenn, I've been playing Dota for like over 10 years. Like a really long time.
Your top tower has fallen.
Very well.
Illusion. Your top tower is under attack.
The time has come. My sentiments precisely.
Are you even watching your top tower? Radiant structures are fortified.
I slip, I fly. I am not.
I'm coming. I can swap you.
Unstoppable! Your top tower is under attack. You'll be fine, as long as that top tower don't fall. I'll wait, Tommy.
Srap, thanks for subscribing.
Welcome to the secret show.
me, hide me.
You get sick!
As you
Monster kill!
Paris, thanks for subscribing.
I'm no techno wizard or nothing, but I think that player just disconnected.
No, he didn't rage quit, did he? He's probably coming back, right, guys?
Hey, they're back! Good for you!
God, kind of risky to be here. Oh god, am I just dead?
That was so good!
Ah. Oh, I should have sent my spirit in. Shit. Oh, dude, we got the kill for Roshan.
Hey, look at you! Knocking down that bottom tower!
I will leave in 15 minutes. Why you play? Oh, fuck. Oh shit.
Go fight. Go fight, go fight. Yes.
Whoa! God!
Okay. Oh. Thought Monkey King was gonna help me. Oh, these games are way too hard, Chris. I can't handle it. OD has BKB TP, right? No.
Killing spree! Holy shit!
My heart no longer beats. So
Monkey, you're a fucking sub. He rage quit, I think.
We ain't all here.
Elsie's rage quitting.
Catch us if you can.
We lost someone. Quick, nobody move.
Wow. Yep. Just like that, guys. Just like that. Oh, man. 5.7k. Only the first person gets an abandon.
Let the battle commence. We're here.
I don't know, guys. I don't believe it.
Of course.
Prepare for battle.
We ride in perfect union. Perfect. Perfect. Yes. Perfect.
Okay.
To the battle.
And a 1, and a 2, and a 3. And a 1, and a 2, and a 3. And a 1, and a 2, and a 3. I don't think that guy trolled us. I think he actually thinks that. But he just doesn't know what he's talking about. And he's trying to sound all smart and shit. And looking down on my build. Nah.
Perfect.
Yeah, anyways, arrow cooldown does go down as you level it up. It also does 80 more damage per level. But 80 after reductions is 60. Like, there's a base 25% magic reduction, right? So you get an extra 60 damage per level. Unless if they have like hood or something like that, or tons of strength. But I mean, like, that's like 60 damage. That's like one right click, right? Couldn't you also justify the same thing with the attack speed bonus? But also, the main reason why I leveled leap is for the charge replenish time. Like, when you just have one leap.
Good idea.
When you only have like one level leap. Like, you see the circle right here? Do you see how fucking long it takes you to recharge one leap? Fucking million years. Sometimes you run around with 0 leaps and you're fucking dead. You're fucking dead. Because you're waiting for this recharge time.
Good idea.
Anyways, there is distance damage. But I mean, it's constant, you know? Like, if you compare, like, this is the level 1. Wait. 1, level 2. How does this work? Yeah, these are the 4 levels. I think that guy just doesn't know what he's talking about. Hi, Blue. What do you prefer, Ato's arrow combo or Yule's arrow combo for Mirana? Yule's is hard, dude, because like Yule's range is not that big, right? Like, this is the range of Yule's, right? Like, look at this shitty arrow. Like, that's the range. You're gonna get like a 2-second arrow. They're really not good. Sometimes I actually even go Yule's or Ether Lens for that reason. Yeah, it's just too short.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not great. Thanks, Ouija Yana. I just want to win some games, man. Okay, this is more my level kind of Dota 2, guys. Although we have a top 100 support player, and their best player is ranked 500. Makes me feel a little bit better. I'm hard support. Oh.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Yule's blink stun combo. That's too expensive. Oh, support invoker. Oh, I'm tired of Cardle. People are just spamming the shit out of Cardle. Yeah, all the immortal players are playing Cardle.
The goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Playing Silencer.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Hello, Lego. Welcome back. Wasn't Lego the guy who just kept spamming random shit the other day? I don't really remember exactly. Hard to believe top 100 player rage quit. You know, Paratosh Arteezy rage quits all the time. Eternal Envy rage quits all the time. Iceberg. I think he rage quit one of my games too. Iceberg from Windstrike. I'm sure there's tons of top 100 players who rage quit all the time. I don't know, Lego, did you? I don't remember clearly. Should I go Abby or Axe?
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
How will winner be selected? Stay tuned. It doesn't matter how it's going to be selected. You either win or you don't. Hi, JT.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
How do you enter? Type in !! giveaway. Hey, Lego, I don't know if you did either, man. It's okay. Why pick Silencer? Silencer is fun. we have mid yet? We have mid Timber Saw, okay. Yeah, for those of you who are not in the loop, we are giving away 3 Ryzen 5 3400Gs with Radeon RX Vega 11 graphics. So you even got a solid state drive, 500 gigs, 16 gigabytes of RAM. We're giving these out every 2 weeks starting this Sunday. We also ship the computer to most countries. You can play Dota 2 on high graphics, guys. Something like 60 frames per second, I think, at 1080p. $17,320 as axe, sick.
Silencer. A step ahead.
Prepare for battle!
Axe is calling it. It's in the bag.
Silencer. You know, vertical sync adds like a delay to your mouse movements and keyboard movements, right? 90 frames per second written in the link. I believe in the link it also says medium settings Linux admin, and just now I said high settings. Yeah, no, if I turn on auto VSync right now, like it yeah, there's a lag when I move the mouse. It's called input lag. It's a real thing. It's like, it's not like half a second or anything like that. It's like a little bit less than half a second, and it's not competitive. I need my 0.3 second.
I love watching him skip around out there.
Should we bet the 7 streak? I gotta bet the 7 streak.
It goes without saying. This one is in the bag.
Ancient mid.
I make my move.
You wanna go for it, Jug?
Yes.
Battle's starting. Just remember, you got a job to do.
A hush falls on the battlefield.
Oh, this fucking guy. I knew he was gonna do that. I was trying to block him a little bit, but it didn't work out very well for me.
I cut a path. I go.
Does he run faster than I do? He does.
Silently.
Fuck off. Fuck off, cunt.
Not a whisper. I don't even want to hear it. Face it.
Dude, they're missing out on those creeps.
Yes.
Oh, intelligence, baby.
First blood, last words. I go.
Her spirit's gonna kill me.
Yes.
Do I play her spirit? Yes, yes I do.
Onward. Silently. I make my move. Yes.
Oh shit.
No.
Oh no. Damn it. Want item, Jug?
I'll hear their screams. Nothing more. Onward.
I'm fine? Okay. See you later, Razzie. Hey, Takuya, I don't... I think I could probably play Air Spirit at 5k. Maybe low 5k at this point in time. But not high 5k, just because I'm rusty. Like, you gotta have good mouse dexterity for Earth Spirit, right? Because, like, when you roll, like the angle of your roll is so important, you know? And you gotta be quick with your hands and like silences and shit. Like there's a lot of mechanical memory, you know, when you play Earth Spirit. So yeah, if you don't practice Earth Spirit, you just lose it. Just like playing piano or learning English for some of you motherfuckers. Hey, I'm still learning English, to be fair. Here's some words I don't know. What is love?
Okay, where were we?
Silent running. I cut a path. Not a whisper. Yes. A step ahead.
Does anyone know what cartoon that's from?
I
think you have to be North American to know that cartoon.
Yes. Silently.
Oh fuck! I didn't even get the last hit.
With quickness.
What do you do, woodpecker? Ding 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 ding.
I go.
Fuck.
Yes. I go. Yes.
Almost level 3.
Cut a path.
We're doing pretty good so far, guys. And I got 4 intelligence, so pretty happy about that.
I go. Silently.
You're Zimbabwean, and you know you're not actually Zimbabwean, are you? You're shitting me. I don't have mana anymore, guys. It's not looking good. Oh god, Jug, why you do this?
Onward. Silent running.
Oh no, he didn't grab it, did he? Or did he? Nope. 5-minute runes. Get ready for 5-minute runes. Some clarity.
I go.
God. Okay. I'll stand over here.
Yes.
We don't have TP scroll. That's bad. That's really bad, actually. In fact, we might feed because we don't have TP scroll. 5-minute runes, please. Go, 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 go! Go!
Got in needs.
Oh, shit.
Not a whisper.
Oh, you fuck. Remember when I said not having TP is really bad? Remember when I said that?
I go.
Hey, it ain't fun to rain on here.
Debated. He knew that I didn't have TP scroll, so he got really greedy and he tried to kill me. And then he got killed himself.
Welcome back to the war. Is it everything you remember?
Yeah, that's some 4D chess, guys. Let's just pretend that I actually planned all of that out.
Rally the troops and get over there.
Yes.
We're gonna play like a retard here, and them thinking that we're playing retarded, that's gonna make them play aggressively. And then when we actually reveal our secret plan that we weren't actually a total retard, that's when we get them.
I make my move.
Wait a minute.
I go.
Okay. He's okay. There you go. Have. This guy's not gonna buy fucking items, dude. Fucking not buying shit.
I cut a path.
How you gonna chase Kunkka with no phase boots, dude?
I go.
All right, John Cena.
I make my move.
Straight to the bottom with you.
I think he could have Omni Slash there, right? It feels like it was close. Or was he spinning for so long that he didn't have time to Omni Slash? What do you guys think? I don't really remember exactly what happened.
Silent running.
No time. Okay. Oh, well, you don't have time. You don't have time.
I cut a path.
Oh, I think he didn't see me.
A step ahead.
Well, you can't TP this time. We know that.
With quickness. Yes. Not a whisper.
Dude, you don't get phase boots. That's why you can't. Why you can't kill?
Tower is under attack.
Yes.
Can you Omni Slash him, please?
My heart beats.
Step lively now. You're at deep six.
Did you hear something?
Yeah. I don't even know what to say.
Straight to the bottom with you.
Spinning blade. The silence deepens. With quickness. I go.
Oh yeah. I'm a fucking ninja. My dance moves.
They're trying to knock down your little tower.
Just dance. Dance, 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 dance.
Onward.
Oh, I was just gonna put a word there. Good thing I didn't. Well, we're not gonna take that anytime soon, so we're gonna go over here. Oh, that guy's dead. He's dead.
Oh, not the trees, no.
Oh, and he's got a regen. What a gangster. 10-minute runes. Get ready for 10-minute runes, please.
I cut a path.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh fuck, I'm out of here, dude.
Not a whisper.
Invoker!
Me.
Go gank, what the fuck?
Yes.
Your middle
Oh,
tower's
I don't want
under
to die for that arcane rune.
Yes. I cut a path. A step ahead. I go.
Kotla's just so powerful right now, guys.
I go.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Thanks.
Top tower.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Yes. I make my move.
Kali, Kaka. Let's see, did this guy even ask for
The
help?
enemy's attacking your middle tower.
I can't even scroll up far enough to know if he actually asked for help. Rather than just as he's dying, then he asks for help, you know?
Middle tower's under attack.
Oh god.
Witness.
Come on, dude. You gonna die again?
Silent running. Hear me out.
Oh, please don't die.
It's not time yet. Not a whisper.
Where's my tome? Oh, it's in my stack. Oh, Jesus.
Silently.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh,
You and a couple of friends could
Free gold.
probably stop that.
Not a whisper. Not enough mana.
which intelligence should I go for? Oh, I didn't get the one for Gandalf. Fuck.
Dire structures are fortified.
I wouldn't hear of it.
Top tower just got denied. Nailed it.
Oh no, more intelligence.
You get nothing. Good day, sir.
This A is gonna be scary, man. In fact, I'm already scared of A. He's Aegis.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, Jara is just abandoning bottom, looks like. What the fuck?
I go. A step ahead.
Hi, Sumit. Oh, I've only died twice? I felt like I've died like 6 times, but it's actually only twice. What the fuck's wrong with you? Oh, I see. I'm dead. I'm actually just dead.
Silence is broken.
And so, do you think this is warded? How do you think that Earth didn't? Because I was behind the tree line, right? So they have to have a ward for Earth Spirit to just roll on me like that, right? Yeah, I think it's warded.
I return.
Warded, dude.
Get up, get up, get out there. Your bottom
I
tower
think
is
warded
under
good.
attack.
Yes.
Double damage.
I want intelligence! No! Fuck!
Yes.
So where would their ward be for them to do something? It might be here or it might be here. I think that's what I think. So we're gonna test out this. Oh shit! We're gonna test out this 3. Oh shit! Don't let me die!
A step ahead.
He's so tanky, dude. I don't know if it's even worth trying.
Silently.
Yeah, maybe somewhere around here. Where the fuck is the ward? Oh shit. 15-minute runes?
Yes.
Oh, I couldn't find it, guys.
I cut a path. I'll take that as tribute.
Congratulating first name on entering
I
lane
made
ward?
my move.
So where would it be? Where would the lane ward be for them to see me standing right here?
I go.
Okay.
Not a whisper.
You think
Yes.
Earth Spirit was trying to stack the I don't think so, dude. It's too like.
Your bottom tower is kind of bad.
Silent running.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm not ready.
I'm actually dead. And this guy might just be dead too. Ghost walk. See you later, friends.
My blades will run red.
Need to put down some words, dude.
Yes. I'm not ready.
Did I save anybody? I'm dead. Again? You guys still dusted? I don't think I did any more shit, right? Omni Slash? Omni Slash? Oh, dude. Oh, I got a kill.
Look who's back.
You're a long-time Blue Span viewer? Well, if you type in exclamation mark points, we'll see. We'll know how many, how much time you actually spend watching my stream. I mean, it's fine if you're not a long-time viewer, but
Yes. Silently.
I need to put down some words, dude.
Yes.
Oh wait, there's nothing there.
I go.
Several usernames over the years, huh? Okay.
Not a
Your
whisper.
middle tower is under attack.
So what you're saying is that you are a long-term viewer, but you have no way of proving it. Well, that's fine too.
If your mid tower could
It just
talk,
seems a little sketchy, wouldn't you agree?
mad at you.
I go. Attack!
Radiant statues are fortified.
I move my move.
Your mid tower could talk, but if he be mad at you.
Can you fucking die? Oh my god, I did get him, dude.
Not a whisper.
Wait, how did I? Oh, okay.
Double kill.
This Axe is a total rager. Isn't he like the worst player on this team?
Your bottom tower's kind of bad.
Actually, 2-3-5-1 versus 2-3-8-5. Ah, no. He's close to Timbersaw and shittiness. Yep.
My blades will
I'm gonna
answer.
get one more, I think.
Disrespect.
I might TP bottom. I don't know. 20-minute runes. Wait, I have two wands? What? What?
I go.
When? Don't tell anybody that I bought two wands.
Silently. I cut a path. Silently.
Here, I'm gonna ask this daddy guy a question. Oh wait, never mind. Actually, unban him. Hey daddy, if I'm the worst silencer and I'm immortal, and you're lower than immortal, doesn't that mean you're even more garbage? Think about that one, okay? See if you have anything to say. Alright,
Your
blah, blah.
middle tower is under attack. Radiant fortified constructions. Pretty good move if you ask me. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your middle tower has fallen.
Oh shit, shit, I was TP, Oh, fuck. Yeah, I called you by your username, but you basically have nothing intelligent to say. Does that sound about right? Nice retort, bro.
Dominating.
Ban him then. Go ahead.
The grave. was too
Yeah, no, that guy's
quiet.
just like, no, he's just a flaming piece of shit. Ban him. Report silence, yeah.
Yes.
Report me for what?
Dime, ¿por qué chucha
Your
sacas
middle
Timber?
tower's under attack.
Dime, ¿por qué sacas Timber? Porque ves un Kunka, sacas Timber.
Yeah, sí,
¿Ves un Kunka, sacas Timber?
sí.
Basura de mierda.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Justamente sacas Timber para ganar.
Oh, sí,
Your middle tower is under attack. And over here we have your middle tower. Not seeing them no more.
Great. Oh, I got intelligence for that.
Radiant called in the fortification.
You know, it would be nice if you guys just stop being whiny. Just stop being whiny. Stop bitching. Thanks. Just play the game.
Enemy's middle tower is no more. The top tower is under attack.
Actually, I apologize. Seriously? Am I getting rocketed? Oh, I think I fucking did.
Your top tower
Yeah, I think I just did.
killing spree. Double kill.
This axe is actually just suddenly being super PMA. Yo, man, you need to run. I called him out on his bitching, and now he's just being all like, he's just being all PMA. That's amazing.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Wow.
Silently. I make my move. Silent running.
He's got backup, doesn't he? Whatever. I can't get there in time, anyways.
I go. Silence is golden.
Oh, Axe is alive.
Killing spree.
Axe is dead.
Silence. Not a whisper.
Can we all just fucking stop bitching, please? Okay, my bad, my
With
bad.
quickness,
Hey, stop. Actually, I'm just gonna grab it.
I cut a path.
Grab it and grab this fucking haste.
Haste.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab the runes. 25-minute runes, please.
With quickness.
Go, 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 go!
Coin for me.
Actually, we should pull forward here.
Step ahead.
The top tower is under attack.
Shadowblade on A.
Your bottom tower is
Not a whole lot you can do about that, you guys.
I make my move.
Whew, I'm alive.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
It's nice having healing orb behind you. Now I can go and feed.
Silent running.
MMR is around 5.8k. We're gonna use this courier to
Your
de-ward in
bottom
a second.
tower is under attack.
I'm kinda scared though.
Oh, there better be something important
I
going
think we
on.
can de-ward. Can we do this? Fuck, dude.
That's what you get for running.
I got the war. Did I get the war? Did I get the war, guys? I don't even remember. I got the war, Bandy Deep? Okay, thanks, buddy. Sometimes shit happens so fast. I don't even know what's going on sometimes.
I hear the call once more.
It ain't over till the last
I'll
building
cut
falls.
you
So
down.
fight!
Onward. Silently.
I need to put down wards.
Silently. Silent running. Not a whisper. Yes. I make my move. I go. With quickness. It's my step ahead. I go.
Step lively now. Your idol is on board.
I want some intelligence. I want intelligence. Oh, I don't have mana for my outfit. I have global in 2 seconds.
It's not time yet. Yes.
Oh, more intelligence, yes. Oh no, more intelligence. I want it. Oh no, I didn't get it.
With quickness.
The power of teamwork is so nice when you just shut the fuck up. We're gonna have an interview in 7 minutes, Manny Deep, for what? Whatever it is, I hope you get it, man.
Blades fly. Step ahead. Yes.
Ice blast. This reduces a damage, right? I think I just heard someone TP in. That scares the shit out of me. I think we can glimmer and grab this rune and hopefully not feed. Yoink!
Calling for me.
Got it.
I cut a path.
I think we just get heals, dude.
A step ahead.
Or Lotus. Maybe Lotus is good. Can we afford Lotus? Or should we just go Forest Staff?
Yes.
Kinda scared.
I'm not ready. Hear me out. I wouldn't hear of it. Yes. Illusion. Not a whisper.
I think we go Lotus Orcus. Yeah, we'll go Lotus. 4,000 gold, right? Seems good. And 120 gold.
Any last words?
Oh, I'm not there, man. Oh, I'm losing so much intelligence. spot back.
With quickness. I go.
I already smoked.
I make my move. Yes. Yes. Silence running.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, dude.
Not a whisper. Advancement. Attack.
Killing spree! Double kill!
What the fuck? That wasn't very good. We only got the gyro.
Nunca la cagas tú, ¿no?
Jake's the one of the ages. What? He has Titanic? That's an interesting build. Yeah, this Timber Saw is kind of a piece of shit, huh? Sell your wristband, bro. I know you don't need it. Is it real? It was real. It's way too tanky to be fake.
Hush now. I'm here.
Hey, welcome back!
Silently. I make my move.
Dominate!
Let no sound escape. A step ahead.
My ward. I just used global for almost nothing.
Yes.
Your top tower needs some help. Dig in and defend that sucker!
Yes. Shut up. I go. Yes. Not a whisper. Quickness.
Okay, maybe you should back. Yeah, you should back. You should back.
Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust!
Onward.
Go!
Oh, so close to my Lotus.
A step ahead.
So, what is the priority when we're using Lotus, guys? So, if I'm silenced and I can't use global, then I use Lotus on myself. If someone's gonna get hit by rocket, we use Lotus on that person as well. What are some other targets? Targeted spells.
Yes. I cut a path.
We're pushing bottom. We can also dispel Earth Spirit Silence with Lotus. We can dispel Cold Feet. I think it's called Cold Feet, right? And I think we can dispel the Mana Leak thing.
Silent running.
Yeah, so there are certain priorities. Oops. Oh, fuck, I thought I wrote it down.
I go.
Is my chat broken? Is anyone saying anything? Hello, Ali. Maybe I need to refresh my chat. I only see Nightbot talking. Oh.
A step ahead.
No, I think it's working just fine. Never mind. I see you guys' message now. Come on, well, can you put a word there? Of course they're gonna D-word it.
Absolutely. Yes. Not a whisper. With quickness. Silent running.
Am I gonna die in a sec?
Onward. Not a whisper.
Yeah, I think like, yeah, using Lotus on myself to dispel silence is the biggest priority, especially if I can't use global. And then anyone who's gonna get hit by rocket should also be Lotused.
I make my move. A step ahead. Shut your
Wait, Timbersaw, is he AFK?
I go. Silently. Yes. There is less to be heard as the blades fly. Yes. I cut a path. Onward.
Oh, you have a gem? Jesus.
I go. Yes. Yes.
You can use Sunstrike, man. Jesus.
I go.
Good luck on your interview, Manny Deep.
Silent running. Yes.
The enemy's top tower is falling. I couldn't have done it better myself. Yeah, well, probably.
Not a whisper.
Can you use Sunstrike for D-Ward, you fuck? He keeps using my sentries,
I
dude.
make my move.
That's like 75 gold per D-Ward.
A step ahead. Coin for me. Silently. I'm paid for your silence. With quickness. Well-gotten gains. Silently. I cut a path. That's nice.
Oh, Juggernaut's inside.
Silently.
Cool, and team's AFK. Yo, actually, what's this guy doing over here?
I go.
Oh, listen to him.
Step ahead. Yes. I go.
No shot is falling to the radio.
I make my move. Yes.
Double kill.
Holy shit.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty magic.
I cut a path.
I can notice whoever's being rocketed.
Radiant structures are fortified. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty magic.
He'll run back into the rock. Jesus.
Yes.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of Dire's doing that glowy thing. Yeah,
Damn it.
nothing to do until that's
I don't even know what's going on in this fight. There's so much shit.
Step ahead.
I don't have mana either, dude.
Shut it.
enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Yes.
Where's the rocket going to?
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone.
I don't have detection.
Enemy's middle barracks are just a sweet memory. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Where's the ward? There was a gem, but I don't know. Where's the gem?
Ask any chief. Those barracks are stuffed. The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Can we just... Okay, can we just commit on either throne or X? Thanks.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Top barracks has fallen.
I don't even know. I don't know what's going on. Oh, I have my Glaives of Wisdom turned on. No wonder I don't have mana.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, gem. Yay, we win. We win. Yo, man, I wasn't sure. I really was not sure about that game. Fucking early game. This axe is being all PMA now. He was fucking whiny as shit in the beginning, dude. I had to tell him to shut the fuck up. Yo, can we just fucking shut up and play the game? Thank you. And he apologized. He was like, oh, my bad on that one. It worked. GG, guys. Oh, okay, man. Yeah, it was a very, very even game. Pretty much the entire way through. Don't forget to report Timber. Oh, yeah. Good call. He was really whiny. Yeah, really whiny. And this invoker, he says like he said like report silencer. Like what did I do? I think there was this one fight where I could have used global earlier. Like they were clashing and then the enemy started throwing a whole bunch of abilities, right? And I even thought to myself, actually I should use global earlier. But you know what? Actually I couldn't because I was in the middle of TPing. I cannot use abilities when I'm TPing. Anyways. Kind of whiny. He didn't throw, but he's unpleasant. Very unpleasant player. GG, guys. I think we're 5784 now. Okay. 1 sec, I'm gonna turn down the heat. It's too hot in here. Why doesn't my igloo melt when it gets too hot? It does melt. But it's so cold outside that it freezes again. Wait, is this new? No, I've seen these sets before. This is old. Huh. My comment reports are always so polite. Yeah, I mean, I'm Canadian, so what can I say? I try not to be toxic in my report for toxicity. It just makes you look like a hypocrite, right? Ah, yeah. You know, Takia, that user, that's the only thing that user knows how to say. So is that why is that rain sound? Give me some comments while this game is queuing, guys. It might be, you know what? Actually, that's an interesting theory. It might actually be the same user, but basically they both say the exact same thing, and that's the only thing they know how to say. And we're gonna time this user out for basically spamming. Hi, Pritesh. This is the axe from last game.
You get to ban someone.
Am I the best player in this game? Shit.
5 seconds left.
Okay, Johnny, you got me there.
Your pick now.
You are a hoe.
Meepo.
Whoa, it's a Smurf. This is a Smurf too. Good luck, bro, but I hope you lose.
Your pick. This is where you win.
Yeah, thanks, man. Good luck, but not have fun.
10 seconds.
5
seconds left.
Oh, does this guy play Meepo? He doesn't look like a Smurf though. Dog. Ooh, dog. Yeah, it's the same axe from last game, guys. For those of you who do not know, we are going to be giving away 3 Ryzen 5 3400G computers. We will ship to your country.
Okay,
it has Vega 11 graphics. You can play on high settings with probably 60 frames per second or something like that. 16 gigabytes of RAM. Even a 500 gigabyte solid state drive. Very good computer. To win this computer, you just need to fill out the survey that Nightbot just mentioned. We're giving away 1 computer every 2 weeks starting this Sunday, guys. We're either giving away 3 or 4 computers. I'm not really sure. On your birthday, Henry? Do you have evidence? You got the line set with 90k shards. So Esco, I also bought the set, but I only used the dress from the set. I'm gonna have to see some ID there, Henry. PA with a Meepo lineup? That doesn't work.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
We have Meepo, guys. Hope this Meepo's good. You're honest enough, Henry? I'm gonna have to see some ID there, sir. Why is PA bad with Meepo? Sure. Hold on. Oh, he actually a really high win rate, huh? Maybe he is this American for 2,000 games. I don't know. Or maybe just a really talented player. We're gonna go second Fairy Fire.
Fortune and glory await.
So in my opinion, when there's a meepo picked in a game, hold on, it's actually getting a little cold in this room. Antonio, can you just follow the instructions, please? I just explained the instructions. Or someone else explain it to him. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so anyways, generally if there's a meepo in the game, he's the star of the game, you know? Like he... you want to do everything you can to empower Meepo, so you want to stack for him. You want to play heroes like Juggernaut. Juggernaut of Meepo is really good in my opinion.
30 seconds to battle. Feel free to stop killing before you. We're not snickers.
Forward.
I think he put.
Yeah, Juggernaut can use Healing Ward to heal all the Meepos, right? You know what I mean?
Oh, hell yes.
I can stun, I can stun.
Battle begins. First blood.
First victim.
You want to waste your time? I think Mirana's TPing in.
Yes.
Do you think TA will use... Oh, I missed the courier. Damn it.
Oh, yes.
Maybe.
Why not? Forward. Yes.
Oh shit, denied.
Yes.
Can you just fucking last hit it, bro? Jesus. You serious? My God! What a waste of tangos!
Back to hell with you.
You want item, PA?
Armed and dangerous.
Hey, welcome
Alright.
back.
Devil.
Okay, good job. See, I'm almost full HP already.
Verily. Yes.
Oh, he probably pull. He should pull, huh? Oh, he doesn't know how to pull. Huh.
To hell and back. What did Oh, hell yes. Yes. Oh, yes. Yes.
That's fucking Rana. 2 leaps.
Prowling.
Oh, bitch!
Illusion.
Yeah, she. Yeah, you have to stun her at the exact time. And if you don't, she's just gonna leap away like 3 times. Oh, shit. Oh, buddy.
To hell and
Oh, shit! That's unfortunate. You wanna dive me?
yes.
Oh, shit, I'm dead.
To hell with you.
Very action-packed game, you guys.
Denied.
It ain't over till the last building falls. So fight!
There's a Mirana mid, Meepo. There's a Mirana above you.
To hell and back.
10 wand charges, okay. Maybe we can suck him. Oh shit! Oh no! Mirana's back already! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh no! When did you get back? You fucking cunt! Oh. Oh man, this is looking like kind of bad for us. She was like over here not too long ago. I could have sworn that she couldn't arrow me.
Don't let him do that!
Is this guy serious?
Your middle tower is under attack!
5 mana runes. Get ready for 5 mana runes, please. Just start fucking arrowing and. Oh shit, Mirana's not here. Too slow, asshole. She got the other one? She didn't even get the other one.
I could do with more of that. Yes. I wondered if this
Suck my dick, bitch.
Oh, yes. Yes. I'm under
What the fuck? She's still here? Go fuck off. Jesus.
Why not?
Your middle tower's under attack!
Yes.
Ah, shit! Bitch.
Your top tower is under attack!
Jesus.
Verily. Yes.
Yui is how you say my name in Vietnamese. Oh, they have a word here.
To
I
hell
think.
and
Oh, that's a coincidence. Is that a coincidence?
yes.
Half stun.
Why not?
Half stun.
I'll put
They're trying to knock down your middle tower!
I don't have stun because I'm fucking dead.
Your middle tower's under attack! Dig in and defend that sucker!
Many thanks.
There you go, PA. Back to full HP, bud. Nine wand charges. Can we kill PA? Why are you such a pussy, dude?
denied.
Oh, hell yes. Prowling. Hell's gates swing.
Oh man. Well, you know, Meeple's the star of this game, so the most important thing is that Meeple can farm.
This time, I've brought hell
Holy shit, which
back
direction?
with me.
Don't go up, dude. Don't go up. What, he got away? That's amazing.
Hell yes.
Here, have a ward, bud.
To hell and back. Money changes hands. I grow like
We're gonna
the
ward.
devil.
We're gonna kill this creep and then we're gonna ward. Actually, we can't because we have to go all the way around. Okay, I know a ward spot.
Onward.
There we go, right there.
Not? I'm under attack. Forward.
You're fucking kidding me. Come on, man, kill.
Die at mine. Yes. Oh yes.
Johnny, did you want to play that puzzle game?
Where's the fight?
Oh god, they're gonna go for me. Oh god, I'm dead.
Prowling.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Double kill. Be mad at you.
Buh. Ooh, nice Stalker stop.
Top tower is under attack. What, not your job or something?
Bounties.
Top tower.
What the fuck am I doing? What the? Did you? So actually, when you stun like that, guys, the stun can actually land behind you, but didn't work.
You'll be fine. As long as that top tower don't fall. Oh, wait, it's already gone.
Verily.
Quadruple Wraith Band. Hard lane. Yo, Night Stalker's going in. Meepo.
Forward.
Fucking stun, dude. I can't even. Whatever. Good thing my sentry was there. That was my greatest contribution, guys. I need to finger somebody. TA's level 10. Level 8 gyro.
Yes.
I'm not gonna TP yet. I haven't decided what I'd like to do.
I go like the devil. Yes.
I've died 8 times in 11 minutes. Jesus Christ. So bad.
Oh yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I think that's a triple stack. Coming. Coming.
They're trying to knock down your middle
No one, no one help him? No?
This is one of the things in the bad column.
To hell and back. Yes. To hell and back. Forward. Why not?
There's lots of stacks at the triangle, Meepo.
Prowling.
Coming with finger. Go, 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 go.
Onward.
Can we get this guy, Night Stalker?
Oh yes.
Your top tower is under attack. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny?
Over here,
Tower
over here.
needs some help.
Nice. Dude, that courier came in just in time. That's great.
tower is under attack.
Oh my god, that courier, man.
The top tower needs some help.
I can cut him
Oh,
off.
there better be something important going on.
Oh no, he's so tanky. I'm not gonna get finger charged. Hey Antonio, it's not your full name, it's your full YouTube username, okay? We're not asking for your first and last name, it is your YouTube username. Please follow instructions carefully.
I go like the devil.
And if that's what you meant, well, that's not what you said.
Hell and back. Yes.
Put my first name, middle name, second middle initial, last name.
Oh, hell yes.
15-minute runes, we're almost up. 15-minute runes.
Onward.
This year's.
Zeus, you can all.
Yes.
This should make my life easier.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You put in your social insurance number? Yes, that's correct.
Forward.
Oh, I need to have TP scroll.
You will.
Holy shit. Keep running, I'm here. Oh, buddy. Oh, oh, Jesus. Moran has one leap. Oh, God! I'm dead. Moran bought back? For what? Kara.
All according
Your
to
middle
He needs to blink.
Rally the troops and get over there.
Yep. Oh my god, this guy's going too YOLO. I would also like to know penis size for science, thanks.
Page. Yes.
Also, if you're a girl, bra size, also for science.
Verily.
Oh, Jesus.
Shut after them. To hell and back.
Is that real? Well, Tia died, so we got that going for us. This is an interesting word spot. I never use this one, but we will use it more often.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Where's the fight?
I don't have TP scroll enough these days.
Your bottom
Seems
tower
like-
is under attack.
Onward.
What do you mean your bottom tower is
Tia's
gone?
dead, so that's not real.
I go like
Ooh, your bottom
Okay.
tower, it's kind of bad.
Why not? Punch your ticket.
Do we have to sign up every week?
I'm all for
Well, the
the
draw is
draft.
every 2 weeks,
Feeling fresh?
so... Actually, I don't even know the answer to your question. But, I mean, the draw is every 2 weeks. You know what? You're gonna have to draw again. I'm not just... Part of the idea is to encourage you guys to watch the stream more often, as well as get free stuff. But, I mean, if you just draw the one time, and then, you know, you have a chance to win for the rest of the year, it's, doesn't help me out, right? But to realize what we're talking about, we are giving out 3 Ryzen 5 3400G Vega 11 graphics, computers, guys. 32 gigabytes of RAM, 500 gigabytes solid state drive, all in a sexy 1.92 liter small form factor chassis. Giving it out every 2 weeks starting this Sunday. What if you don't have a YouTube channel? Then you're screwed.
Three, two, one, let's go!
Yes.
1-1. He's 1-1. He's the AFK. I think that Shadow Shaman's AFK.
Oh,
Hey, PA? Okay, never mind. He's back. He's back.
No, he's denying his word.
Oh, okay.
If your mid-tower could talk, it'd be pretty manageable.
This guy sounds like he's lagging as hell.
onward.
Does Tia blink yet? Tia can blink and rape me?
Hell's fury burn.
Running over, running over, running over.
Double kill!
No, no, no! Okay.
That was good. That was good.
He's gonna blink and kill me.
Keep chasing him.
He's gonna blink and kill me. Here's a word! I got fucking deleted. Get him! Meeple's here! Get him!
Bury me in the grounds of Omex.
XD!
That was good.
I think I get ether. I get 4 staff right away.
Time to take matters
How do you
into
even max
my
watch
own
time,
hands.
anyways?
Why not?
So the top bounties I got bottom.
Okay. Get that teamwork juices flowing, you know?
Devil to pay.
Fucking words everywhere, man. What the f?
I'm not gonna have my blink for 2 years, so.
We're on LT. Just get back. We're on LT. Get back. Get back.
Okay,
We're on
okay,
LT.
okay, okay. Am I getting hit by a rocket?
Money changes.
I don't know where this food.
Verily. Forward.
Yeah, but the max stream watch time is every second. Every second possible. Including 4 years ago. So if you weren't watching 4 years ago, you weren't watching the max time.
Verily.
Anyone here watch every single second possible since 4 years ago?
The entire jungle's
Why not? Prowling. Yes.
Oh, hey. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Are we fighting this?
Oh, hell yes.
I mean, if Meeple wants to fight, then we can fight.
I think we
Meeple's kind of here. Meeple's here.
Where's the fight?
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. TA's back.
back.
Oh, shit. Yo. guy have BKB yet? People still going? That's amazing. Oh my god, he's still alive! Miss? I miss chance anyone?
To hell and back to hell and back.
Jesus. Oh, this guy might need saving. I'm running towards you. Can you run towards PA Zeus? He's gonna need a blink. Woo!
Your middle tower's under attack.
Shit. Oh man, oh no. Oh no. I'm dead too. Oh, 2 supports for PA's life.
With my thanks.
A noble effort, ladies and gentlemen. PA's almost got BKB. He's level 13? Isn't that kind of low? Feels low, right? 17 Centaur, 19 TA, 14 Gyro. Gyro's not doing great either, I suppose. Maybe PA's 93.
My rage returns.
What does Zeus have?
Down your middle tower.
Zeus's items are more important than mine.
Get up, get up, get out there.
He sounds like he's lagging as fuck. Do you think there's a ward, Night Stalker? Your microphone's cutting out.
They got scared. They got scared. There's no ward. I don't think so.
Okay.
We should contest that. I don't think they do.
Yes.
What the fuck's that circle doing?
Onward. I go like the devil. Where's the
People's like, they don't get blink like sheepstick quite as often anymore, huh?
prowl? Oh, hell yes.
Hello, Nudge.
Almost like something.
They Moonlight, they're coming at
There's
us.
vision up here, but they're coming.
Can we fight near the shrine, maybe?
There's no TA. TA's bot. TA's bot. Ah, they
Yeah.
run ulti.
Can we fight near the
They
shrine?
run up.
Denied.
I gotta put the sentry down.
We can fight. We can fight. We can fight.
Why are we so scared? I'm gonna fucking run in like a retard.
Someone initiate from.
Shrine?
Killing spree. Dominate.
How do we lose this so hard?
Lionize, why not?
Are you? Oh my god, dude. I don't know, dude. I don't know. You played the Charo.
Buried alive. Killing
Okay.
spree. Double kill.
What? Why? Why he buy back? Like the lane is here, it's here, it's here.
We need BKB on PA, but that we should be good.
Oh, I had buyback, you know.
Wow, nice bait.
This should make my life easier.
Maybe we can do Roshan right now. Can we do Roshan?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can.
It's like slagging so bad.
Tower first. Tower first.
I don't
Radiant
fear
called in
hell.
the fortification.
Hell fears me. To hell with you.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. I guess they built on a fault line.
All that work for nothing.
Nice.
Hey guys, Roshan's better in tier 2s.
Let's take Roche. Let's take Roche. Let's take Roche.
Oh, hell yes.
Is that a rage quit? Rage quit, rage quit, rage quit, please. Hex is always reliable, so always people told me to use that first. Might help you too. No. So, Prashant, what you probably don't understand about Lion is that Hex has a shorter range. And actually, Earthspike has a much further range. So, most of the time, I don't click on the hero with stun. Because, like, Lion has to run close to the hero and then he tries to stun. Actually, what I do is I click on the ground and then I try to hit, like, a max range stun. If I'm really close to the hero, which I shouldn't be, then I use Hex. Does that make sense? But in 4 out of 5 situations, I actually just click on the ground with stun. You like that, Superboy? I don't know what background noise you're talking about, but if it was rain, that would be very relaxing now, wouldn't it? Trust me, guys, I have like, God, ooh. Thanks, Nilfu. I have like 500 Lion games or some shit like that. 442 Lion games. Yeah, 4 out of 5 times I click on the ground. Anyways, here, remind me later. I'll demo it in the game for you guys to show what I mean. Potom seems to be in range of Hex. Maybe she was. Well, I mean, it's not like I always Hex when I should, or I always stun when I should. Sometimes you just don't have time to think, you know? Like, sometimes you only have like half a second to think, so you just use the first spell. But in general, like, I try not to get too close to heroes. And I initiate with Earthspike, and then I Hex after.
Okay, where were we?
Yes.
Make what?
Top tower needs some help. Roshan has fallen to the dire. The top tower has fallen.
Here, actually, you know what? I can demo it right here with the creeps.
Like the devil.
What's this guy doing? Hey, don't push it. Zeus and Pierre are kind of far from you guys. Here, I'll demo it with these creeps, okay? So let's use this creep as an example, okay? Watch the Hex range. So that's the range, right? Right here, okay? Got that? Now watch this. I can stun from maybe over here, I think. Yeah, maybe even further than that. You see what I mean? So you don't always want to just run really close to them and Hex. Sometimes you run close to you run after them in the Hex and then you just die. I need to do my job in order.
Verily. Forward.
Hex range has nothing to do with levels.
Oh yes.
They're all bot. They're all. Yeah, get out. They're all here. They're all here.
Hell yes.
Yeah, but anyways, yeah, I just click on the ground most of the time and I try to aim my stun. I think it's better. And also, like, when you click on the ground, there's much higher chance of like getting two or 3 man stun. Hey, a nudge. I know what many people say, but remember, I play Lion at 6K, man. Trust me, okay? It doesn't matter what the average person says. Average person is not right. Dota 2 is such a nuanced game, you know what I mean?
Yeah, not to do until that's done. Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm coming towards TA. Sheep feeding? But here, the stun right there. That's the stun right there. You don't use Hex there. I don't even have to think about it. I just stun. Oh shit. Hi, Spicy.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
To hell and back.
Yeah, like if I use Hex there, I'll run around like this, and then maybe my carry will be held down by Shackle for like 1 more second. You know what I mean? And it's not always worth it.
Yeah, I think we should battle.
Radiant structures are fortified.
10 seconds still did. Can't really...
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. You've done good. Wave goodbye to the enemy's top. Ah, no ripping.
Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm just dead, dude.
Dominate! Mega kill! Double kill!
You're Quelling Blade, bro.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Oh, look, the centaurs are being whiny again. Here's the axe from last game, you guys remember? What does this guy do? Second E-Blade! Interesting. Oh.
You expected daylight to protect.
Well, I guess we win, guys. I got a blink dagger now.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks are just a sweet memory.
Second E-Blade. No, he doesn't even use blink, dude. He just runs at them. I like that. Hex stop BKB. Yeah, you're right. So in this in this situation when TA blinked on me, I should have used Hext. But even then, I'm not sure that I can react so quickly because TA knows what's gonna happen. Oh, Jesus. Ow! Yeah, like here, didn't TA basically BKB instantaneously? Like I still have to put my mouse on the TA, right? You know what I mean? But yeah, in general, like, you should probably hex first in that situation. How much stats does this guy have? 3,500 HP, 36 armor. What a beast! Meeple sees ya. Meeple don't care. Centaur's so whiny, dude. He was so whiny in the last game. Thank you, Spicy. Yeah, it's good to win, man.
And his name is John C.
Here, I demo line for you guys, okay? Crazy has commanded you. He's the Zeus. He's coming back. I liked him. I don't think Meeple said anything. PA was also doing a pretty good job. You know, I just recommend it, bro. Yeah, no, I strongly prefer line stun over hex in most situations, just because of the range is so much further. Let's see here, enemy. And so this is the default range without without Ether Lens or the talent, right? So I think you could probably stun from over here. Like that's huge range. Watch this. Yeah, maybe even a little bit further. You see how big of a range that is? That is so much further than Hex.
Yes.
No, yeah. In fact, you even have to kind of click close to you too. Yeah, that is a really long range. Now we're gonna use Hex. Okay, you guys ready? Watch this. Do you see the difference? Do you see that difference?
Why not?
That is so different. Anyways, I actually quite like the cast range talent as well. Sometimes I even go Ether Lens. And you like, cast from over here or some shit. Yeah, no, it's no, you don't want to hex. It's just so dangerous to go like this.
Axe goes.
Yeah. Anyway, and you go Ether Lens, it's even bigger. It's actually ridiculous with Ether Lens. And if you get the 25 talent, it's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, you see that shit? That's really powerful. Definitely, I would recommend stun over hex in most cases, unless you're really close. You see this shit? Here, we'll do 25 talent in a sec, guys. Yeah, that's really long. Anyways, if you use hex, you just run up to them like a retard. You see the difference? Yeah, if you have dagger, for sure. If you have dagger, hex, for sure. Unless there's like a second hero. Let's say that there's a second hero, right? So let me teach you something else about Lion. So if you click on the hero like this, there's a good chance that you're gonna miss this axe, okay? Like this. Maybe not. Okay, let's move him up a little bit.
Good day to fight.
Yeah, so if you just click on him like this for the reliable stun. Ugh. I don't know the exact AoE. Yeah. Oh jeez, the AoE is so big, dude. Yeah. Yeah. So a lot of times I actually just click in the middle, in between both of them. So what you want to do is, let's say that they can't see you, right? And you can see them.
Yes.
So you... let's say that you're hiding, right?
To hell and back.
Fuck. Anyway, let's say that you're hiding, right? So you wanna kind of just like that, you know? Yes. So even then, you don't necessarily want to hex first, but let's say that there's only one axe. Yeah, if there's only one axe, I just like that. Does that make sense? But a lot of times, like, actually, this is why kind of Blink Dagger is really powerful. On
Axe charges, axe run, got a power grip.
Online, like sometimes like you just kind of see the line, right? Like you're like, okay, this is the line here. I'm gonna blink right here, and I'm gonna stun all three of them. Yeah, really powerful. Anyways, I don't care what average people do. Always hex first. Now I do not care at all. It's not about if you want to hit immortal level, it's not about playing what average people think, right? Like you gotta learn the little details about Lion. Yeah, no. If I'm running at this guy, you know, I will almost like I always go like this, you know, and then I hex. Sometimes you miss, and that's okay. Do you shift click with dagger plus stun in real games? No. Oh yeah, alright, Snowpoop, you gave me an item. Already forgot about it. Thank you, Snowpoop. Let's see what we got here, guys. We have a gift. Misgivings of the Emerald. Yeah, Faceless Void, right? Do I have that already? Preview bundle. I might already actually have this. I'm not really sure. Load out.
I have seen how this will like me.
I can't tell if I already have this set. No, I don't actually have that set. You were never ahead? Oh shit. Thank you, Snowpoop. So we are gonna unpack and equip this, and then we're gonna mix and match some of these pieces. Cause I do like my Thor hammer, of course. Thor hammer, arms, so many arms. Oh, the shiny. Okay, play one more game, Chris. I think we're 5.8k now. I'm getting real close to 6k, guys. 5810. Actually, do I want to play another game? Actually, I don't know. I don't know if I want to play another game. I'm gonna talk to you guys for a little bit, and then I'm gonna think about playing another game. I might not, but let's have a conversation. I've already been playing for like 4.5 hours, you know. Can you explain how Tinker players use Shift Dagger and Expels to farm and kill? Yeah. Well, I don't know. It just queues commands, right? It just makes things. I think if you shift click, it doesn't stop the backswing. I think that's what it's called, right, Johnny? Johnny?
Are you thinking what I'm
Ranked Ember game? Maybe on my Smurfs enough poop. No, I'm not. So here we're gonna laser this. We're gonna laser this range creep, and then we're gonna walk towards these stairs, okay? And I'll use shift click.
No argument there.
So it just queues one command after the next, but you kind of have to cancel your backswing if you want to make this efficient. So in this situation, you wouldn't use shift click. I'm pretty sure you immediately you go pew. You right click again, and you cancel the backswing. Here, I'm gonna do it again, okay? I think that was quicker, right?
I should say so.
Yeah. You see how much quick that is?
Research, Grant. Then it's settled.
But there's some situations where you do wanna. So for certain spells that don't have backswing, then you want to use shift click. Yeah. This is shift click. See how much more inefficient that is.
Positively.
So when Tinker gets boosted travel, that's when you want to use shift click. Here, I'll demo it in a sec.
Very well.
Because when you teleport on a creep, there's always that chance that someone might be ganking you, right? So then you want to shift click. So as you're TPing towards the creep, you want to shift click the blink.
Tinkering about.
You see how instantaneous that was? So
Absolutely.
yeah, I don't really know when you should use like when you should use shift click. I guess when you don't really have backswing, then you should use it.
Indeed.
So you cancel the backswing by immediately moving after the spell ends.
Exactly.
Look at that, see? You see how like I'm clicking my mouse?
I'm in complete agreement.
Okay, let's see more comments. Yeah, epicenter is. I think epicenter is probably a good example. So you epicenter, and then you shift Q the blink. All right. What is my rank? It is very close to 1,000 MR. Hey Victor, I don't know what you mean by SS. Shadow Shaman? Storm Spirit? Your Spirit for donation? How much? Don't know what it take for me to play Face's voice rank. I mean, I can play it on my Smurf for $5. On my main account, probably 15. But I mean, it's cheaper to go on my Smurf. I don't mind doing that. Hi, Excalibur. Just like in golf, no wonder I like Dota. Blue, did Yules can cancel Underlord's ulti? I think it cannot. I don't know. Does anyone know? I'm too lazy to test that right now. Can one shift click blink out of EULA? Or Kunkka X? Oh, Yules. So Sagar, this is actually a very good question. Let me turn on this fucking Dota 2 music off. So you have to remember that you cannot use blink after you take damage, right? And what you also need to know is that Yules actually does damage. I think maybe a lot of people don't know. So Yules does 50 damage. Where is it? Yules. So yeah, enemy units take 50 damage upon landing. So when enemy use Yules on you, you can't blink. But if you use Yules on yourself, then you can shift click. Does that make sense? So in that case, it makes a lot of sense to do it. I don't think it makes any difference though. Like I don't think you need to use Yules and shift blink. if while you're spinning in the air, if you just press on the blink button and you click on a spot on the map, it just blinks anyways. This is the same cast now, I'm pretty sure. Anyways, you can. It also doesn't make sense for you to shift click out of Kunkka X, because like there's no inherent timer. It's not like it waits for the X to end and then it blinks, right? No, it'll just blink. So the second part of your question is no. Actually, you know what, Milan? I don't feel like playing war games. Sorry guys, no more games. Okay, Devraj. Whose butt do I need to kick? You bought me Rick and Morty, did you? I'm not saying that you didn't. I just don't remember because, you know, too much shit. So an anonymous person asked me how much money it would take for me to delete the Rick and Morty announcer pack and not use it anymore. And actually, I like that announcer pack. Like, I love that show. Anyways, I actually like that show and I like the announcer pack, but I was like, okay, for $400 US, I would delete and not use Ricky Morty announcer pack. And then they gave me $400 US. Easy money. Thank you, Sun. You have a great day as well. What do you think of lobby tournaments with subs? Possible. Many players like yourself, how do you quickly all click that way in terms of hand position on keyboard? How is it compared to ZXC? I cannot answer your question because I've never really used both. Pretty sure I have ZXC as for certain things on my keyboard. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's probably some kind of science to it and efficiency kind of thing, but I've never really... Anyways, I already use C. I'm not sure that I actually use the Z button. Yeah, maybe I don't. Or do I even use the X button? Maybe I don't. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Unfortunately, guys, I like money, so you guys will not be able to hear the Rick and Morty announcer pack in this stream. What server do I play? I play North American. Watch Dota Summit. Nah, I just want to take it easy for the rest of the day. Wah wah. You can't even kick his stupid butt. Sorry about that. Thank you, Sarab. Add another 3400G computer in exchange for deleting Rick and Morty. No, the deal's already been made. Sorry, guys. You just gotta deal with it. Okay, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. Thank you, everyone, for watching the stream. Hope you guys had fun today. Once again, there are 3 Ryzen 5 3400G computers that we are giving away. 16 gigs of RAM, 500 gigabyte solid state drive, giving one out every 2 weeks starting November 10th. Type in ! giveaway for details on how to enter. I'm gonna get out of here. Have a great day, great night, guys. See you soon. Oh yeah, check out bluespan.gg/giveaway for more details if you're interested. Bye, guys.